Thank you, everybody, and good luck to our student athletes this weekend. As soon as your arrows are up, you'll be ready for your Baker competition.
Is that going to be okay?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Bowl TV. This is Matt Kanazawa alongside Aaron Smith, and we are here for the 2016 Prairie View A&M University Invitational here at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. We've got a great event coming up for you the next 3 days. We'll have all the details for you in just a minute as we get underway right now with some Baker competition. We'll have details for you momentarily. Thanks for tuning in. We look forward to an exciting couple days of action here. NCAA bowlers from all over the country. Thanks for tuning into Bowl TV. All right, folks. Again, thanks for tuning in to the 2016 Prairie View A&M Invitational here at the ITRC. Baker matches underway, day one of competition. We'll have the whole format for you and introduce our teams here momentarily as we get situated. Right now, Sam Houston State University and Monmouth here on lanes 9 and 10. On our other pair of lanes, North Carolina A&T. And our open spot. Just 11 teams here at this year's event. One team unable to make it to join us. Again, we'll have all the teams, the rosters, the info, the schedule available here as we unfold. Today we'll have 5 sets of 5-game Baker matches. And then we'll have the updated standings and such for you on bowl.com at the end of the day. Again, this is Matt Canizaro alongside Aaron Smith. We'll be here all weekend long at the ITRC, part of the International Bowling Campus here in Arlington, Texas.
We're already moving quickly here throughout our first Baker match. Just a quick rundown of how things are going to work today. It's going to be a little different from day to day here at the PVI at the ITRC in 2016. So today we're kicking off with Baker matches. They are best of 5. So over on 9 and 10, Sam Houston State will take on Monmouth 5 games, switching lanes each game with total pinfall determining who gets the win for their overall tournament record as well as for the overall season. For North Carolina A&T, they are bowling the blind team this week since we only had 11 teams competing, so they're going to be in pretty good shape here. This week's oil pattern is a 38-foot pattern. It's part of the Prairie View A&M program handed out this week. 38 feet, 24.84 mils. Using the Kegel Flex machine and ice oil. So that's an idea of what these ladies will be competing on throughout the course of the week. Game number 1 of 5 nearly in the books here. Janine Kuihara cleans up the single pin for Sam Houston State to finish up at 177. North Carolina A&T State looking to get to 201. Kenzie Robinson will have a fill ball to wrap things up here. North Carolina A&T, the 2015 Intercollegiate Team Champion. North Carolina A&T gets to 201. They'll move over to lane 12 now. Monmouth can grab the early advantage here. Still strike out at 193. Here's the first shot of the 10th and delivers.
punches in my office.
.183 for Monmouth to finish things up. We'll switch lanes now. It's definitely a fast-paced environment here for the opening day, so we'll see a lot of different teams throughout. We'll have a grand total of 5 Baker matches by the time it's all said and done.
Mr. Smith, I think one of the great things about these NCAA events is that it gives the players a chance to see a little bit of everything, a variety of different formats. Of course, we're having Baker matches today. We'll have some traditional games tomorrow, and at the end of the event will be a bracket-style Baker competition. So the chance to see all of those different formats, and some they may prefer over others, but definitely get a feel for the different aspects of competition. Things maybe you don't see enough of out in the real bowling world.
Two frames per game for each individual, so it's really a work of communication between you and your teammates throughout the process to understand what's going on. It's not a lot of time to figure it out, and before you know it, you're already, if you're the leadoff bowler, it's the 6th frame when you get to bowl again, and if the information hasn't been relayed or the team hasn't figured it out, you're going to be in trouble quickly. Whereas in the individual, which we'll see tomorrow, 10 frames, you get your time to kind of feel out the lane. It's almost like a heavyweight prize fight where, kind of the 12 round, where this is kind of the sprint aspect of it all. But in the end, the total pinfall and the overall record is what they're going for. And you got to make it all mesh throughout the week to end up right here in the final game on Bowl TV on Sunday.
Well, I think the key word we're going to talk about a lot is versatility, of course, especially with some of the stronger teams. I think Baker is a real equalizer for the players, and as teams get comfortable and their programs develop, Baker's your chance to take advantage of maybe not having those 1 or 2 super strong players, but with good teamwork and communication and working together, that equalizes things a little bit. Then you get to the traditional portion of the event, where those stronger players are going to shine, and potentially 1 or 2 players could really lead the way for the whole team. And again, just the great balance of opportunity at these events. You have to learn to be strong in all aspects if you're going to come away with the national championship, for example, like Sam Houston State did a couple of years back, and North Carolina A&T last year in the USBC collegiate world.
And looking back in the past history of this event, the team that's figured out that combination out the most, University of Nebraska. They're the 3-time defending champion here at the PVI. And although their team kind of going through some transition this year, obviously losing the Player of the Year and Liz Colkin to graduating, she's made her way onto the PWBA now and a tour champion as well, and Andrea Ruiz, a very talented player as well, representing Team Columbia. Both of those players have moved on, but they still got a lot of firepower from that Husker squad, including a few members of Junior Team USA in Julia Bond and Jasmine Mason. So it should be fun to watch it throughout the week, and of course we'll do our best to keep you updated as standings become available. If you're interested in seeing how your favorite team is doing or want to follow one of the other lanes here at the ITRC that may not be featured right now on Bowl TV, if you go down into the description area of the video, you can see a link to the live scoring. That'll bring up the numeric scoring system here at the ITRC. Might be a little tough to follow since it just says player 1 and player 2 so far. So for that aspect, maybe we'll attempt to put together a schedule at some point. Or something we can read off right in front of us. Take it away, Matt Canizaro.
All right, match 1 here in our featured pairs. You're watching, again, Sam Houston State versus Monmouth on 9 and 10. North Carolina A&T and our missing team on 11 and 12. In match number 2, we're going to see Vanderbilt and University of Maryland Eastern Shore, 2 powerhouse teams. And then Monmouth and Arkansas State headed to our other featured pair, 11 and 12. And everybody shifting around, of course. Again, we'll have 5 Baker matches today. We'll see Arkansas State and Texas Southern. And our other featured pair, Tulane and Maryland Eastern Shore, game number 3. Match number 4, North Carolina A&T comes back again. We'll take on Tulane. And then Vanderbilt and Prairie View, this year's tournament hosts. And match number 5 today, Monmouth will spend some time alone on lanes 9 and 10, bowling against the bye team. And then Texas Southern and Stephen F. Austin. So if you have a favorite team, more than likely you're going to see them multiple times throughout the weekend. We'll be here all the way through Sunday afternoon when we crown a champion here at the ITRC.
You can check out that schedule on bowl.com/livestream to see the approximated starting times and when we'll be on here all times Eastern, always a reminder. Even though we are here in the one-of-a-kind International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas, in the Central Time Zone. All times Eastern on bowl.com/livestream.
The big question of the day, and we've been talking a little bit this week about streaks in sports and such. The USBC Masters coming up. Jason Belmonte, of course, has won that event 3 times in a row. The question here at the ITRC is, can anybody beat Nebraska? 3 consecutive wins here at the Prairie View A&M. Again, Aaron mentioned losing a little bit of their firepower and their senior standout, Liz Culkin. But should be an interesting week always. Some good matches and some good Bowl TV action. So looking forward to the rest of the weekend, and if we'll be talking to Bill Straub once again, or if we'll have a new champion here in Arlington. Appreciate all the support. Jonathan Burke tuning in from New York. He is he's been around the Bowl TV cameras a little bit before. Got to be a part of a doubles championship at the USBC Open Championships a couple of years back in Reno. We talked about that just yesterday, as a matter of fact, and now he's tuning in and telling all his friends to tune in to listen to the sweet sounds of Matt Canizaro and the other guy, Aaron Smith.
Whoa, that's me.
Our first Baker match of 5 rolling along here. It will be parked behind lanes 9 through 12 at the ITRC. If you haven't seen this place and you're in the neighborhood, come on by. If you're in the neighborhood now, come by and check it out live and in person.
Free of charge, we might add.
Autographs free as well.
We'll actually pay you to take them, so. amounts can be discussed, but yeah, be sure to swing on by, say hi. Got to see Anthony Simonson yesterday, swinging by the ITRC for a moment. He's kind of a big deal now, unlike when he was 12 when we first met him. So he's certainly become a big name in the sport, and always good to see Mr. Simonson. Now just an old man at 19.
We do see Anthony quite a bit, especially at this event. One of his close personal friends, Melanie Crawford from Plano, Texas, now with Nebraska. We'll see her here over the course of the weekend. But just amazing to see some of these players grow up, from the youth ranks now that we've been in Texas here for about 7 years, and seeing the top players come from some of the youth events that we have here all the way now to being collegiate stars, or PBA champions in the case of Mr. Simonson.
And Eagle winner and Junior Team USA member and anything else we can think of. So 159 in game 2 for North Carolina A&T. Puts them at a total of 360 through 2.
So Aaron, after we get the scores here on 9 and 10 from Monmouth and Sam Houston State, maybe you could tell us a little bit about your experience with North Carolina A&T last year. Just pretty exciting, kind of their rise to fame and success, and taking home that ITC title.
I like the sound of that, Matt. That was a fun time in Wichita at North Rock Lanes, and I'd love to do that again. So you're always the thinking man as part of this.
Time around college bowling, it's half a lifetime ago. You're absolutely right. College bowling certainly has changed and evolved quite a bit. There was barely any such thing or discussion of NCAA bowling back in those days, and it has now exploded to what it is and what you see here on Bowl TV today. And programs being built to compete at the NCAA level, and then to go on and find fast success like North Carolina A&T. And it'll be interesting to hear kind of their rise to fame and what that was like, and to spend some time with them last year and see them on TV and such. Right now, game wrapping up here for Monmouth and Sam Houston. Sam Houston with Monmouth with All right, game number 3 underway. Sam Houston on the left, Monmouth on the right. All right, we're all situated here, and everything looks good. Everything's working well. We do appreciate everybody tuning in. And now it's story time with Aaron Smith. Going to turn it back to middle of the year, 2015, Wichita, Kansas. Take it away, Mr. Smith.
Well, Matt, it was a magical time back then, April 2015. But yeah, just really a great story overall from North Carolina A&T. They're one of the schools that actually competed in both the NCAA and USBC collegiate programs, so that is an option for these ladies' teams if they want to dedicate their entire schedule or expand their schedule. They have the chance, and North Carolina A&T did enough to qualify throughout the season to earn their spot into one of 4 intercollegiate team sectionals. They advanced to Wichita, and for them it was the first trip to the ITC since 2001, so it had been nearly, well, let's say more than a dozen years since they had been at the event. So, you know, expectations probably a little uncertain. A pretty young team as well, and they just took care of business throughout the week and kept winning match after match to make it to the finals. And you know, as a young team, you run to the finals, and all of a sudden you run into the defending champion, Robert Morris. And for Robert Morris, Illinois, a very talented program, both the men's and the women's side, for them looking to repeat, and North Carolina A&T actually lost the first game after some poor spare shooting on their part. Ended up being a very close match. So for a young team, you would think, you know, perhaps losing that first match, it's best of 3, so it goes quick. So it goes, or best of 5, I should say, but still losing that first match can certainly put you behind the 8 ball and take the wind out of your sails, if you will. But North Carolina A&T responded with some much better spare shooting in game number 2, and in game 3, it came down to the 10th frame. Leah Hallworth, the anchor of Robert Morris, Illinois, actually finished up first and threw all 3 strikes in the 10th to put the pressure on Mackenzie Robinson of North Carolina A&T. And in one of the fun stories getting to tell throughout the year, Mackenzie kind of decided that she didn't want to know anything going into that final frame, and she talked to Coach James Williams right beforehand, and he said, just give me 20 here and we'll be all right, meaning 20 pins, fill out the frame. And Mackenzie went up there, struck on the first shot, and at that point, pretty much taking care of business, just needed to count on the second shot. Got 9, and that was enough, giving North Carolina A&T their first ITC championship. So definitely, when you looked at teams coming into that event, obviously Wichita State, always a big name contender, Lindenwood. But it was North Carolina A&T kind of shocking the world, making their way through the ranks, and then knocking off the defending champion. So definitely something cool. It was fun to watch, and we're excited to have him here again. Right now we have some strikes over on 9 and 10 in our match between Sam Houston State and Monmouth. Close match coming in. Monmouth the 8-pin advantage in this 5-game match.
Mr. Smith, while we have this opportunity, let's talk a little bit about the lane condition here at this year's Prairie View A&M Invitational. Do have a graph posted for you on our Sport of Bowling USBC Facebook page. And we've got a copy here for Mr. Smith to read some numbers for you. A little hard to read in the picture, but always a challenging lane condition at these collegiate events.
Once again, we're competing on a 38-foot pattern with 24.84 mils for the volume, weighed down by the Kegel Flex machine using the Kegel Ice Oil. So Kegel using 2 different brands of oil nowadays, Fire and Ice. Ice is the choice today. We've seen those out at the USBC Open and Women's Championships as well.
But the ice oil designed to be a little bit slicker. It holds up very well, which was the general idea, so the patterns don't break down as quickly. Transitions are a little bit less, especially for some of those longer formats like we'll see tomorrow with the traditional games. And then the fire version being the one that hooks more of the two, so a little less slick on the fire. And a good variety, and again, an opportunity for the patterns to hold up as intended throughout the day, so you're not necessarily battling through that transition, but you're competing on the true pattern as it was intended for longer throughout the day.
All right, Sam Houston putting up a big number here in game 3. Going to be in the 250s. Just 2 9 spares up there so far, and already a double in the 10th. So they're going to put some distance and move into the lead for the first time here. North Carolina A&T finishing up game 3 with 169. .256 for Sam Houston puts them at 619, excuse me, for their 3-game total so far. Disaster in the 10th for Monmouth. The big 4 only can get the 2, put them at 192. Drops them to 563, so nearly a 60-pin advantage for the Bearcats going into game 4.
All right, again, each match today will be 5 games, total pins. We'll have 5 matches, and in NCAA bowling, your season record, very important, especially as you head into the postseason. So each win-loss will go on their season records, as well as the total pins counting towards things here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. And again, tomorrow, same thing, 5 traditional Baker games. They'll be bowling against each other for overall season records, and total pins helping towards the final day of competition here at the ITRC.
Yeah, definitely a little different. You mentioned the overall record, a very big part of everything here for the NCAA portion. It's been crazy, some of the events I've covered. I've seen teams actually nearly lose every single match, but still be in position to make a run at the top. Just making or catching the wrong team at the wrong time and just having a string of bad luck. So for the overall, the win-loss is really the big thing, though. That'll get you your overall ranking and, of course, your spot in the NCAA Bowling Championships in April. But it's definitely nice to grab the win, though, and of course the bracket works a little differently when we get to Sunday's action because when you think of a bracket to start, once a team loses, you generally think they're out or they move to a contenders bracket, eliminator bracket, whatever you like to call it. However, with NCAA, since the win-loss record once again comes into play, every team competes. So usually so they're kind of bracketed off into their own little section. So for this event, it's usually just the top 4 teams who can actually win at the end of the week.
Definitely a little bit wacky, a little bit different, but we'll be here to help you through it. Pretty simple today, 5 Baker matches. And the standings and results at the end of the day will be available on bowl.com. And then Sunday morning is when it gets crazy, but we'll be hosting you through it. And we'll see again, Nebraska winning 3 consecutive years here at the ITRC. Vanderbilt winning the inaugural event in 2012.
And I see you're looking at last year's bracket right now, and that was a memorable finish between Nebraska and Fairleigh Dickinson. Of course, Fairleigh Dickinson was the #1 seed overall, so they got lane choice going into that final game, and after shooting 280, they decided to switch lanes, which they did not have to do. And Nebraska ended up finding the look and coasted to a 216 to 172 victory to make it 3 years in a row.
They just wanted to make it interesting for the viewers at home, and no doubt we'll have our share of excitement and drama here in 2016.
All right, looks like we have some standings scrolling here on site, and we'll do our best to run those down to you. Vanderbilt 564 against Texas Southern, 516 over on 1 and 2, I believe. Prairie View A&M 534, Stephen F. Austin 675, 3 and 4. Nebraska 742, wowza, against Tulane 488. Huskers well in control. Maryland Eastern Shore 608, Arkansas State 498. That's one pair to our left. And of course, Sam Houston over Monmouth at the time, 619 to 563. And North Carolina A&T coasting against the bye team, 529 to 0. I think Bill Straub and company likes the ITRC. He finds a way to get the Huskers lined up year after year. After starting with the front 4, back-to-back opens from the Bearcats of Sam Houston State. Monmouth working on a strike and ready for the 7th. SHSU back on track, though, with the strike in the 7th. The Bearcats, your 2014 NCAA national champion. at the recent USBC Team USA trials in Las Vegas earlier this month. Coach Brad Hagan had a few of his competitors out competing, and probably a little bit of scouting as well for the next recruit class of the Bearcats. And one of his players, Heather Panatzer, who was actually getting ready to step up here in frame number 9, ended up making the stepladder of the U.S. Amateur. She finished runner-up to Stephanie Schwartz, who we will see throughout the week, bowling for Stephen F. Austin, but Heather earned her spot on Junior Team USA for 2016. So we'll see what Heather can muster up here in frame number 9. Not too shabby, all 10 back. Monmouth answers with a strike of their own. They can still get into the 250s. Max score for Sam Houston at 243, so Monmouth can get a few of these pins back. That shot left off her hand, but nice break to make it 5 in a row. Crosses over Brooklyn. All right, number 12 for Monmouth is Caitlin Reth, junior out of Baltimore, finishing up the 10th frame. Looking at the baby split to convert. She got the Hawks into the 240s, 218 for Sam Houston. Get the Bearcats to 837. 243 for the Hawks. Gets them to 806. So they cut the deficit down to 31. Game number 4 now underway of our first match of the 2016 PVI at the ITRC. PVI standing for the Prairie View Invitational. Our host this week, Prairie View A&M University. Big thanks to Coach Glenn White and everyone who makes this week one of the ones we look forward to each and every year here in January, sometimes early February. Always right around the Super Bowl. But luckily, only the Pro Bowl is happening this week, and we know how everyone feels about that, so we're thankful that you're all here watching Bowl TV with us. Well, Matt, as Game 4 gets going, obviously for everyone watching at home, they can see the gray divider wall up to the right of your screen, but to the right of that, we actually have a practice pair, a unique thing for NCAA competition for the players not competing. They actually get the chance to warm up in between games. They're allowed a certain amount of shots to keep themselves loosened up and ready to go whenever called upon, if they need to fill in for a 10th frame perhaps, or possibly even sooner if there's some struggles. Of course, another unique thing with the Baker setup is if you got that left-hander on your team and you leave a certain spare where it's a little bit easier for the lefties to convert versus the right-hander, can bring them in for that. Popular one is the washout, obviously. If right-hander leaves the washout, that is the left-handed pocket. So definitely a common move we see. And Matt, as the left-hander in our booth, how does that make you feel?
Hey, as long as the spare gets picked up, it's all good. It's all about the team and getting things done. So a lot of strategy involved. Always looking big picture, sir. But you did mention the gray divider wall here at the ITRC. And a very cool thing on the other side of that wall, along with the players getting ready to go into the lineup, is Earl, our bowling robot. It's the enhanced automated robotic launcher. And that is where a lot of bowling ball, pin, and oil testing takes place here at the ITRC. That's the research part of the ITRC. And just a quick story while we have a few frames here. Had a friend come visit the Dallas area, getting ready to move here. Stop by headquarters here, the International Bowling Campus, to see what's going on, visit the Museum and Hall of Fame. And I was able to take him around and show him the ITRC, and he didn't even know that it's open to the public, open to all USBC members to come in and utilize the services. Of course, Team USA coaches reside here as well, so you can sign up for a half day or a full day lesson, or just come practice on the ITRC lanes. Of course, very very reasonable prices for you as a USBC member. But many think it's only for the elite, only for Team USA, only for special events like the Prairie View A&M Invitational, but that is in fact all false. So come check it out, take a tour, get a lesson, do some practice on pretty much any lane condition you'd like to try. Don't be strangers as a USBC member. You can even bowl on the very same 38-foot lane condition that these ladies are bowling on right now. I probably wouldn't come today though. It's probably going to be a waiting list. No availability. As we have 11 teams in the building, and we'll be here throughout the weekend, wrapping things up Sunday afternoon.
ITRC is open 5 days a week, Tuesday through Saturday. So if you happen to make your way to the DFW area for vacation perhaps, maybe check out the Dallas Mavericks, Dallas Stars, ITRC, come see Sneak Attack herself, Kim Terrell-Kearney.
All right, scores updated through 4 games. We'll wait for those to come back around real quick, and we'll let you know what to what. Vanderbilt on top of Texas Southern. Stephen F. Austin leading Prairie View A&M. Nebraska 950 for the first 4 games, leading Tulane. Maryland Eastern Shore over Arkansas State. Sam Houston State leading Monmouth. You're watching that here on lanes 9 and 10 here on Bowl TV. And North Carolina A&T all alone on 11 and 12. But teams will rotate here after this final game. Overall standings, Nebraska, Stephen F. Austin, Sam Houston State, Monmouth, Maryland Eastern Shore, Vanderbilt, your top 6. But Nebraska and Stephen F. Austin bowling very well here early. Total pins, of course, for the weekend will determine the seeding for the final bracket. Again, a little bit unique format. Typically only the top 4 teams with a shot to win the actual tournament. But the other teams will contend in sub-brackets because those matches will count towards their overall season record. So they take every opportunity to utilize the different formats, Baker and traditional, and pile on as many head-to-head matches as they can built into each tournament each weekend.
And right now, Sam Houston State getting closer to that victory. We're going to build up a few extra pins here on Monmouth going into the final game. This is game 4 of 5 right now. Some struggles on lane 10 for the Hawks. Can max out at 167 with a spare conversion. Sam Houston State already in the low 200s. They're up 36 coming in, or 31 coming into this game, excuse me. They're going to extend that to a pretty sizable margin.
We do have live scoring available, so you can follow your favorite teams throughout the venue here at the ITRC. Find that right under your main video window in the event description.
Comment in the chat. Great to see some college bowling back on the live stream here on Bowl TV, and this is just the beginning. We're going to have the Hoosier Classic, the big final tournament of the USBC collegiate season, taking place at Western Bowl in Indianapolis, featured here live on Bowl TV, taking place next month. A final tune-up for teams before the big show. Intercollegiate team sectionals taking place in early March. Then, of course, the intercollegiate team and singles championships taking place in Wichita in April 2016. Definitely looking forward to that and getting to see the next generation to help build a future for the sport.
It's going to be a wild year here on Bowl TV. This is just the start. Aaron mentioned all the collegiate things coming up. We've got the Open and Women's Championships around the corner. USBC Masters, USBC Queen, Senior Masters, Super Senior Classic. The PWBA season going to kick off in April. Nice collaboration there between Bowl TV and Extra Frame, the PBA's online channel. Jason Thomas now getting into the live streaming mix with us. We'll have the USBC Convention, the Hall of Fame inductions. Then we'll segue into Junior Gold Championships, World Youth Championships, and so much more.
It's only like half the year, Matt.
Exactly. So keep an eye on bolt.com/livestream for the updated schedule. And whether it's these talented ladies you like to watch compete, some of the best and brightest at Junior Gold, or some of those established names at the Masters and Queens, there's something for you coming up on Bowl TV this year. And we've been here 2 hours. Now one person has asked us if we are Lucas or if Lucas is coming to this event.
Who's Lucas? We kid. Of course, we're referring to Lucas Wiseman, our counterpart here in the Bowl Stream, I'm making things up now. The live stream booth here on Bowl TV for many, many years. Lucas moving on to a new gig in Indianapolis. So maybe Lucas will swing by the Hoosier and check out the action. Maybe he'll even swing by the USBC Masters coming up next week.
All right, so match number 1 is done and in the books. We'll have the updated standings for you and the results. As soon as they become available to us, we'll get ready for match number 2 now. And here on lanes 9 and 10, we're going to see Vanderbilt and University of Maryland Eastern Shore. And on our other pair, Monmouth and Arkansas State University. So very talented players coming our way. 2 powerhouse teams here on 9 and 10. Vandy and Maryland Eastern Shore. And we'll see some former Junior Team USA teammates even leading the way for those teams, Caleb Bandy and Josie Ernest. So look forward to that coming up here in just a minute. Again, this is Matt Cannizzaro alongside Aaron Smith. We're live here at the 2016 Prairie View Invitational at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. Thanks for tuning in. We'll be right back with match number 2.
All right, match number 2 now underway here at the 2016 PVI at the ITRC. Over 9 and 10, Vanderbilt will be kicking things off on the left lane, while Maryland Eastern Shore will be up on the right. And Monmouth moving one pair over, start on 11, taking on Arkansas State. The overall pinfall, Nebraska 11:51, Stephen F. Austin 11:40, Sam Houston 10:40, and Maryland Eastern Shore 10:15. Your top 4, those are the only teams plus. Monmouth 5th, Vanderbilt 6th, Prairie View A&M 7th, Arkansas State 8th, Tulane 9th, Texas Southern 10th, and North Carolina A&T rounding out the field after the first match on this 38-foot pattern. A big thanks to everyone for joining us here on Bowl TV today. I'm Aaron Smith alongside the one and only Matt Cannizzaro.
You're lucky there's only one of me. The world is lucky.
You're preaching to the choir on that one. We'll get you a recap of each individual match as well. We saw Sam Houston State defeat Monmouth and North Carolina get the win, or North Carolina A&T get the win. Even though they had the lowest total out of every team competing, they weren't bowling anyone, so they get the win, so they're 1-0 for the week. Now just have to work on that pinfall total to increase a little bit game by game and work their way into the top 4 overall to see if they want to win this event when it's all said and done. All right, Vanderbilt defeated Texas Southern in our first match. Stephen F. Austin over Prairie View A&M, our hosts here this week. Nebraska, our leader after 1, defeated Tulane to move to 1-0. Maryland Eastern Shore steady in their win over Arkansas State to move to 1-0. So those were our other matches. Once again, this is a 38-foot pattern we're using this week here at the PVI. Nearly 25 mils. Also using the Kegel Ice Oil. The picture's been posted on our Facebook page, the Sport of Bowling. Be sure to visit facebook.com/USBC to find that.
Aaron, I don't think we'll see many better matches on Bowl TV this collegiate bowling season. We're going to see some great stuff, of course, between this event, the Hoosier, and the ITCs. But anytime Vanderbilt and Maryland Eastern Shore hit the lanes together, it's bound to be an exciting nail-biter for sure. 2 top teams going at it right there. Arkansas State and Monmouth on our other featured pair. Great opportunity to see some of the top collegiate talent up close and personal here at the ITRC, and certainly do some homework for some of the postseason events. But if you're a college bowling fan and have followed the early success of NCAA bowling, 2 familiar names are Maryland Eastern Shore and Vanderbilt. We actually talked a little bit about Maryland Eastern Shore yesterday when somebody asked us here about college bowling and whether teams participate in both the USBC collegiate ranks and NCAA. And of course, Aaron's been around and did his homework, and he knew the answer to that question with a perfect example.
Oh, that's my cue. Okay. As I mentioned before, I occasionally listen when Matt talks, so that was one of those times. But yes, Maryland Eastern Shore, a perfect example of an NCAA program also competing in the USBC collegiate, as we mentioned with North Carolina A&T a little bit earlier, and of course Maryland Eastern Shore, the epitome of that. UMES captured the NCAA title in 2008, 2011, and 2012. They also have ITC titles in 2011 and 2013. So in 2011, it was the year of the Hawks, capturing both titles. Some very good teams. We see some great players over the years come out of those programs. Tania Falbo making her move to the PWBA. Angie Ramirez, just to name a few. And right now, a solid effort to kick things off here for UMES. Coached by Kayla Bandy and Brett Cunningham, who also have a bit of collegiate experience in their own right.
Kayla was a standout at Pikeville, and my first interaction with her was a decade ago at the Tournament of the Americas down in South Florida. She was a junior Team USA member, so she's found success at each rank along the way, and now success on the Professional Women's Bowling Association Tour, which works out pretty well with her NCAA season, where just as that comes to a close, it'll be time for some PWBA competition, so she'll be out there getting a chance to compete.
Correct. The one event I got to attend this year, or I shouldn't say that, I got to attend the Smithfield PWBA Tour Championship as well, but the PWBA Minnesota Open in Welch, Minnesota, Kayla actually made the stepladder finals and fell a little bit short. Diana Zavyalova ended up taking home the win that week, but certainly expect to see more of Kayla at those events.
Well, certainly nothing better than having somebody leading the way here for these collegiate players and somebody who's lived it. And the same true again for Vanderbilt. Assistant coach Josie Ernest followed a similar path. She actually found some success inside this building as well. The USBC Queens made the stepladder finals back in 2012. Again, Vanderbilt actually winning the very first Prairie View A&M Invitational event here at the ITRC, defeating Maryland Eastern Shore back in 2012. So a rematch of sorts here 4 years later. But based on the past results of this event, there's a pretty good chance you might see one or both teams in the finals on Sunday. So make sure to tune in throughout the weekend.
All right, already moving into the 10th frame here of game one. I'll remember the total number of games for this match, hopefully. It's a little behind last time, but we did get 5 games in, so always a good thing.
On our right-hand pair, 210 for Monmouth. Arkansas State struggling a little bit. Max score 184. So they'll be playing catch up.
It's not lunchtime, Matt.
It's always lunchtime somewhere. Vanderbilt wrapping things up. It'll be 179. And another split on lane 12 for Arkansas State. Going to be a tough pickup here. And Jordan Richard gets one for 161. Teams will switch lanes now. .210 for Monmouth, 161 for Arkansas State. .217 for Maryland Eastern Shore. 179 for Vandy. The ever overachieving Aaron Smith working on getting those scores updated.
Do what I can, sir. It's for the people. It's not for me. Arkansas State came into this event ranked number 1 in the country. But off to some early struggles on this 38-foot pattern. Some very talented players representing the Red Wolves this year. 2 members of Junior Team USA in 2016, sisters Haley and Jordan Richard. J.D. Scott Jones, a member of Junior Team USA in 2015. Also have Brooke Wood, a honorable mention All-American last season. So, of course, they lose the firepower of Sarah Loker. Very talented player. Also moving up to the PWBA ranks in 2015 and looking beyond. So Justin Kostick has built a nice little program over at Arkansas State.
Well, you mentioned some of the names that have moved on to the next level, and that's something that some of these players, they didn't have that opportunity. You know, when they left for college, when they signed to go to bowl at their respective schools. Caleb Bandy, for example, Josie Ernest, a previous generation of college bowlers. You know, some of them knew going in that was probably going to be about it. There would be some opportunities to USBC Queens, the U.S. Women's Open, and perhaps bowling in the PBA alongside the men. But there was nothing for women only. And that all changed in 2015 with the revival of the PWBA Tour. Professional women's bowling is going to be strong again in 2016. Perhaps the unprecedented rookie class of 2015 will be tough to match moving forward, but looking around at some of these top players who will be headed that way, something to look forward to, a dream to dream. We already talked earlier about some of the players signing up for PWBA events that will come just after they graduate from this collegiate season. So they're already planning ahead, looking ahead, making tournament entries and travel arrangements, and they can be professional bowlers when they're done with their college educations now, which is pretty awesome. And the PWBA back again in 2015, and a 3-year deal for sure. So it'll be a relatively long-term opportunity for some of these players, and just based on the initial reaction and response to the PWBA, the membership, and the turnout at all the events, it could be a nice long continued history for the PWBA Tour. If you want to find out about that, check out the schedule or just follow along. Visit pwba.com and you can see perhaps some of the players who you watched at last year's Prairie View A&M Invitational finding success on the PWBA Tour, and you can follow these players as they head out there and take on the likes of Stephanie Johnson, Liz Johnson, Kelly Kulik, all their heroes on the lanes. Now they get to bowl alongside them and make a living at it. Pretty awesome.
You're my hero on the lanes, Matt. Just so you know, there's no confusion.
I appreciate that, Mr. Smith.
Anytime, sir. Also no confusion on lane 10 right now. Vanderbilt bombs away. 5 out of 6 to start game number 2 of 5. They're finding themselves down by 38. Looking to make up the difference quickly. The left-hander Amanda Fry getting ready to step up on lane 10. Past junior Team USA member. Runs a little bit high on that shot, leaves the 2-4-7. I had to think about that for a second because I'm right-handed. And I know that naturally comes to you, Mr. Canizaro, to switch them around.
Well, I'm so familiar with the 2-4-7, that's probably why I don't even have to think about it. It's also one of my least favorite spares, but poor spare shooting has landed me a terrific opportunity here behind the cameras, watching some of these great bowlers and again watching them grow up and succeed at various levels of the game. It's a lot more fun for me back here for sure.
Fry takes care of the spare for Vanderbilt, so still have 250s out there this game.
We will have a recap of today's action for you up on bowl.com later tonight. Get some standings as well. If you'd like to follow along on social media or make sure you don't miss any more live stream broadcasts in the future, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, bowl.com/, wow, that's terrible. It is youtube.com/bowltv. youtube.com/bowltv, and the whole live stream schedule at bowl.com/livestream. It's been a while since we've said all of these crazy fancy things here on the air. Be the first of many. You can follow the Sport of Bowling USBC on Facebook, at USBC on Twitter. We always put the alerts out when cool things are going on or when something's in the news. There's going to be a lot of news over the next 5 or 6 months, so make sure to check in. If you want to see all the cool stuff that Aaron Smith's up to, find him on Twitter at USBC Aaron. And if you want to see my perspective on the cool things Aaron Smith's doing, you can find me on Twitter at USBC Matt.
Is that why you have so many more followers than I do?
I think it's followers per pound, so I'm in a different weight class, that's all.
Robin Renslow is going to place up here for the 10th frame for Vanderbilt. Can get to 2:48. Gets a late kick on the 10.
Well, lane 10 being kind to both teams so far. Here in our second match, Vanderbilt and Maryland Eastern Shore. Maryland Eastern Shore 4th overall. Vanderbilt 6th after our first match. Total pins will determine the seeding for the final bracket on Sunday. each head-to-head match. Very important for the team's seasons overall.
Tough break for Arkansas State in the 10th, staring down a 7-10 after the open in the 9th. Red Wolves are looking to gain some ground, but Monmouth delivering the double in the 8th and the 9th, getting ready for the 10th. Can extend their lead.
So a little bit of a struggle there in the final frames for Arkansas State. Back-to-back open frames for 190. Monmouth working on 3 in a row. Already leading after one game here. 210 to 161. So a long way to go though. 3 more games. Teams switching lanes again. On our left-hand pair. Lane 10 being very good to both teams so far.
All right, after 2, Vanderbilt moves into the lead, up 15 on Maryland Eastern Shore, 427 to 412. Monmouth extends their lead. 2 solid games here of 210 and 219. They're at 429. Arkansas State looking to get everything on track. They're at 351.
All right, so once again, strikes on 9 and 10. Most of them happening on lane 10. Monmouth on lane 11. Bowling well again here in game 3. As soon as I said both of those things, both teams left splits.
Way to go, Matt. This is why we can't have nice things.
Told you twice this week already. There's I'm sure a long list of reasons why we don't get nice things.
That's a solid point there.
It's one of many.
The less we have in our hands, the less we can mess up. So always a positive. Big thanks to Sean St. Clair for checking in on Twitter. We appreciate the kind words, sir. Thanks for tuning in.
Got a nice little crowd watching online. Cleared the 300 mark, and a lot of people here in person as well. If you're in the neighborhood, you've never seen college bowling, come on out to the ITRC, part of the International Bowling Campus here, next to Six Flags Over Texas. Cowboys aren't playing today. Rangers aren't playing today, so parking should be no problem. Total pins so far today. Stephen F. Austin leading the way, 1562. Nebraska, 1545. Maryland Eastern Shore, 1427. Sam Houston State, 1423. And Monmouth up to 5th at 1392. 11 teams competing here. Again, total pins will determine the seeding for the final bracket on Sunday.
Great match on 1 and 2. Stephen F. Austin, Nebraska. Right now, Stephen F. Austin, 422 to 394. Texas Southern with the early lead over Tulane by 30. Prairie View A&M taking on the blind team here in match 2. Sam Houston and North Carolina A&T, 383 to 377 in favor of Sam Houston. Of course, our matches here: Vanderbilt 427 over Maryland Eastern Shore, 412. And Monmouth over Arkansas State, 429 to 351. Maryland Eastern Shore looking to switch that trend around here and bounce back nicely after the split in the 6th frame. 3 in a row to set up the 10th.
We will be here all weekend long, of course. Again, this is just match number 2 of 5 today. 5 game Baker matches. Tomorrow, back on the lanes at 10:25 Eastern for 5 traditional games. That's where all 5 players bowl a complete game. Here in Baker play, each of the 5 players just bowls 2 frames. Leadoff bowler will bowl frames 1 and 6. 2 and 7, 3 and 8, and so on. So great opportunity for communication and team play here in the Baker matches. Traditional bowling a little bit slower. And then we're back at it early Sunday morning, 9:25 Eastern. One more traditional game. And then we get to the exciting bracket portion of the event. Best of 7 Baker matches, so a little bit of everything format-wise. And plenty of action here on Bowl TV. Great opportunity to see some of the best in the business.
Swing of momentum over on 11 and 12 as Arkansas State has put together 6 strikes in a row. Make it 7, set the 10th. They can get to 268. Some struggles for Monmouth after a few strikes to start. 3 splits in the last 4 frames.
The star-studded Red Wolves team catching fire here. Their second attempt at lane number 12 going very well.
Same could be said for Maryland Eastern Shore. 2:17 on lane 10 to start and 2:42 here in game 2. Gets them to 6:54 after 3. Vandy can still get to 2:17. They're clean, but still looking for their first double. That's what Robin Rinslow is in that spot for. Delivers to kick off the 10th. So yeah, it's quickly turning into an instant classic here on 9 and 10.
Certainly expected nothing less when we saw these two teams on the schedule. Vanderbilt finished 6th last year, so looking to make up for what I'm sure they considered maybe a slightly disappointing performance. Arkansas State finished 3rd. Again, it was Nebraska winning for the 3rd consecutive year. So no doubt 10 very motivated teams trying to be the one to beat Nebraska and take home the title here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational in 2016. This event, of course, wouldn't go off without a hitch, without the hard work, not only of the host school, Prairie View A&M, but the fine staff here at the ITRC. Right now, Kim Kearney, USBC Hall of Famer, checking some scores. Nick Bohannon, Rod Ross. Not only are they the coaching staff for Team USA, but here to coach any USBC members, collegiate teams, etc. come to the ITRC, and working very hard to make sure that this event is a success once again. Game 3 wrapping up 268 for Arkansas State. Monmouth with the spare would be at 180. .242 for Maryland Eastern Shore. .215 for Vanderbilt. We'll have those totals here in just a minute. You'll see them at the top of your screen once they go live. 176 for Monmouth. So 2 pretty close matches. Eastern Shore 654, Vanderbilt 642. 12-pin separation there. And 14-pin difference on 11 and 12. Arkansas State out to a 619, 605 advantage with 2 games to go. Coming up next on our featured pairs, Arkansas State moves 1 pair to the left, will take on Texas Southern. Maryland Eastern Shore will move 1 pair to the right and take on Tulane.
Just a reminder for those of you tuning in, watching your favorite collegiate programs here, be sure to let folks know on social media you're watching us here on Bowl TV. Maybe throw a hashtag up there as well. Hashtags, that's what the kids like to do nowadays. Hashtag Bowl TV. Hashtag a future for the sport. Hashtag go bowling. We can do it all. Can even take selfies while live streaming. Matt Cannizzaro has got the selfie game down, folks. But certainly so. Let everyone know on social media that join us here on Bowl TV, and Bowl TV will be here all weekend until we crown a champion here at the PVI, at the ITRC, the Prairie View Invitational. You can even tag us on Facebook. Sport of Bowling, facebook.com/USBC, on Twitter @USBC. And of course, at the end of the day, you can check the recap on bowl.com. Thought we might see a momentum change here on 11 and 12 after Arkansas State finished with a big 268, but Monmouth digging deep and responding well here, delivering 3 in a row, looking to make it 4. Valerie Bermudez of Monmouth delivers a strike. Make it 4 in a row for the Hawks. A single pin miss for Arkansas State. Puts them in early trouble. Monmouth makes it 5 for 5. Quickly erasing that 14-pin deficit. Six for 6 for Monmouth University. So Arkansas State looking at another split here in the early going of Game 4. Tough break, sending the 2 around the 7 for the Red Wolves. See if Jordan Richard can turn things around for the #1 team in the nation. Neither team pulling away on 9 and 10 as we hit the halfway point of Game 4 over there, but a costly single pin miss from UMES. We'll let Vanderbilt knock away at that deficit and possibly move into the lead as well. Great run by Monmouth. Four-pin stands in the 8th. Putting themselves in great position heading into the finale of this match. Second double of the game for Vanderbilt. Maryland Eastern Shore looking at another open frame. 4-9, unable to get either of them. So Maryland Eastern Shore can now top out at 181. Be a big 9th and 10th frame here for Vandy. Lane 10 has been the decider so far. In that match, so we'll see if Vanderbilt can build up a lead.
There's some big scores coming off of lane 12 now too.
Young lady who had quite a run at the Masters, or Queens, excuse me. Thinking about the USBC Masters coming up next week, but young lady who had a great performance at the 2015 Queens is going to look to clean up the single pin on lane 10 for Vanderbilt. Mr. Cannizzaro, I know you had a chance to get a little bit of her story in Green Bay last year.
Certainly, just a cool opportunity to hear her story, of course. One of the top young players in the world, and the Vanderbilt coaches, they were over in Hong Kong for the 2014 World Youth Championships. Of course, scouting out some talent, and we've talked a lot in the recent past about the success international players have had, not only collegiately, but at the PWBA level, at the USBC Queens, of course. Diana Savialova winning the Queens in 2013. She is from Latvia. And then Colombian Maria Jose Rodriguez winning in 2014. And just the success they've had coming through the college ranks and moving on to the next level. And the Vanderbilt coaches, John and Josie, were able to get to the World Championships and watch Kristen a little bit. And see her succeed there, and then come to the USBC Queens last year and make a run at the TV show as a youngster. So I'm just tearing up the international ranks, and now here to do some damage collegiately, and coming in on such a talented squad. Of course, will take some time to, I don't want to say earn her spot, but work her way up. And just a freshman from Singapore, part of the youth program there. And we'll talk a lot about the Singaporean players, and we're going to hear their names quite a bit more moving forward. So perhaps we'll see more of Kristen as this weekend unfolds. Right now we're getting down to the exciting conclusion of our second Baker match here. Aaron Smith with the final tallies. Vanderbilt out ahead of Maryland Eastern Shore, 8:56 to 8:19 with one game to go. Our other match wrapping up game number 4 right now. That one will be close as well. Monmouth with the big 258 game, getting to 863. Monmouth will lead Arkansas State going into the finale. That final score coming up momentarily. Jordan Richard with the final shot. So the back 4 for the Red Wolves for 181. And 800 on the nose, so 63 pin advantage for Monmouth here with one game to go. And just about 40 pins for Vandy over Maryland Eastern Shore. Stephen F. Austin falling to Nebraska so far. We got 3 game standings. Game 4 just wrapping up, so we'll have those very, very shortly. Sam Houston State leading North Carolina A&T. We know we've got 2 pretty close matches here in our featured pairs. Arkansas State trying to make up that deficit very quickly. Down 63 pins to Monmouth. And starting with 3 consecutive strikes here. Monmouth with an open in the first frame and single pin leave here in frame number 2.
Going to make a quick correction to the scoreboard and trying to think back to last year's. I think Ray Casper got it right in the chat room that the team with the higher total through 4 actually gets lane choice heading into the 5th and deciding game. So not surprised, Vanderbilt staying on lane number 10, and for Monmouth just shot 258. Of course, will want to stay on lane 12, but back-to-back opens. Quickly turning the tide in that match.
Vanderbilt with the double, trying to stay ahead. Eastern Shore catching a little bit of fire here with the 4-bagger. All right, Matt, we're hitting the halfway point of the final game here, and neither team letting up on 9 and 10. Maryland Eastern Shore trying to figure out that tough left lane. Just working on 4 strikes in a row before the 9 spare in the 7th. Arkansas State trying to make a big comeback here. Still got max at 268 out there. They might need all of it to catch Monmouth. Timely open from Vanderbilt in the 7th is going to give Maryland Eastern Shore a little bit of life here. Still get to 258 as a max score. 233 the number for Vanderbilt. So
Maryland Eastern Shore is going to need as many as they can get and hope for a little help. Great shot in the 9th. Looking to turn things around here. Steal the win on the tough left lane. Not what Arkansas State wanted to see in the 7th frame, a split and open frame. Drops their score, or their max score to 236. Monmouth has righted the ship. Delivered 4 in a row after 2 early opens, so right now they're looking pretty good. Looking like they're going to close out this win. Or the top team in the nation, Arkansas State. See if Maryland Eastern Shore can put up the big 10th. Finish it off. Great shot to kick things off. Big shot from Kristen Kwa to set up the 10th, 223 max score for Vanderbilt now. Maryland Eastern Shore can still get to 258. They may need all of them now. .258 will put Maryland Eastern Shore at 1077. .223 would give Vanderbilt at 1079. They get the first one. So they'll now need the double from Robin Renslow in the 10th to take the win. Final shot from Eastern Shore. Delivers the 258, so count becomes a big deal. Vanderbilt can get the second strike in the 10th. What a bounce back by Maryland Eastern Shore. 1077. Vanderbilt needs this strike. Have a chance at the win. Dead flush. Vanderbilt now needs 9 or better. 8 gives them a tie. 7 or less, and Maryland Eastern Shore sneaks out the W. Tough start for Arkansas State will eventually do them in here as Monmouth is going to get the win, but Vanderbilt now needs 9 or better to secure the win. Shot from Renslow. Looks great. All 10 back. Vanderbilt with the 2-pin victory. .1079 to 1077. Vanderbilt. What a finish. Both teams delivering in the clutch. Yeah, it was a great match. It's going to be tough to top that, but we're going to try with match number 3 coming up next. Arkansas State will be taking on Texas Southern, and Tulane will be taking on Maryland Eastern Shore on our feature pairs. Another solid match on 11 and 12. Monmouth gets the victory 1058 to 1015. So impressive performances all around each team plus here on this 38-foot pattern. Can't ask for much more than that. All right, folks, that's going to do it for match number 2 of 5 today. Match number 3 coming up next here on Bowl TV. So we still got a few pairs moving along, so we'll wait for them to finish up. Everyone get to their next pair, and we'll be ready for Arkansas State and Texas Southern, along with Tulane and Maryland Eastern Shore in just a bit. Just don't go too far away from Bowl TV. We'll be right back in just a few moments. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro, the 2016 PVI at the ITRC. Thanks for tuning in. All right, match number 3 underway here at the 2016 PVI at the ITRC, the Prairie View A&M Invitational at the International Training and Research Center. Joining us on 9 and 10, Arkansas State, who we just saw take a loss against Monmouth, 10-15 to 10-58. They'll be taking on Texas Southern over on 11 and 12, Tulane. Staring down the Greek Church to start things off. We'll be taking on Maryland Eastern Shore, who had a tough loss in the previous match here on our featured pairs. Over on 9 and 10. I had a big 258 last game to put the pressure on Vanderbilt to double 9 in the 10th to get the win, and Vanderbilt delivered for a 1079 to 1077 victory. Get your rundown of the overall pinfall through 2 Baker matches and also who won in round 2 in just a moment as the scores update in front of us here at the ITRC. Stephen F. Austin leading the way in the overall total pinfall with 22-11. Nebraska in second, 21-39. Maryland Eastern Shore in third, 20-92. Sam Houston moves into fourth, 20-62. Monmouth, 20-21. And Vanderbilt, 20-12. Round out the top 6. Tulane in seventh, Arkansas State 8th. North Carolina A&T 9th, Texas Southern 10th, and Prairie View A&M in 11th. Some of the other matches from number 2. Stephen F. Austin defeating Nebraska 1071 to 988. Tulane defeating Texas Southern 1040 to 951. Prairie View A&M had the bye, so they record the win with 852. And Sam Houston State defeated North Carolina A&T 1022 to 961. Of course, we mentioned Vanderbilt with a 2-pin win over Maryland Eastern Shore, and Monmouth defeating Arkansas State right here on Bowl TV.
Aaron Smith doing a fine job of bringing our second match to a close, and being here gives us a great opportunity to talk to all of the bowling fans and friends and family coming in. A lot of questions and things, and a lot of excitement about all the events coming up and changes with USBC and all the focus on the future. Always glad to chat with the bowlers and make sure they have the right information and they're educated as they go back out there in the world and talk to all their fellow league members and such. Continued coverage of the 2016 Prairie View A&M Invitational. Right now, Arkansas State taking on Texas Southern, and Tulane and Maryland Eastern Shore on our featured pairs. Game 4 coming up next. North Carolina A&T and Tulane. Then Vanderbilt versus tournament host Prairie View. So tell all your friends we'll be here all afternoon. Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith. This is just the third of five-game Baker matches, so plenty of bowling ahead. We'll have a score update for you after each game. You'll see that at the top of your video window. Definitely some exciting matches in our second match of the day. Overall leader Stephen F. Austin, followed by Nebraska, Maryland Eastern Shore, Sam Houston State, Monmouth, and Vanderbilt is your top 6. Total pins very relevant, as all teams will be seeded into the final bracket on Sunday afternoon. And of course, each individual match important for the season win-loss record.
Had a comment in the chat saying that number 5 bowler for Maryland Eastern Shore is pretty good. That bowler is Tashina Siros, coming to us from Aruba originally. Siros represented Aruba at the 2013 PWBA AMF World Cup in St. Petersburg, Russia. Ended up finishing 6th overall, so very impressive performance there. Was a first-team All-American in 2015. Texas Southern can get to 183 here on lane 10. Arkansas State can max out at 192. All 3 strikes. Maryland Eastern Shore finishes up with 151. Tulane a few frames behind. Can get to 174 still. Jordan Richard unable to strike to kick off the 10th for the Red Wolves over on lane 9. So Texas Southern will have the advantage going into game 2 of match 3. Might be 1 pin, could be more, but regardless, they're ahead early on.
A lot of players making their way over to the practice pair, trying to stay warm and ready to go in at any time. Baker games move very quickly.
Definitely makes it a little bit tougher to talk about the players since it does go so fast and they only get that 1 shot. So I think tomorrow we'll have a little bit better opportunity to kind of get a little bit more in depth with each team as they hit our feature pairs, and we'll do our best to we'll let you know who everyone is and possibly a story or 2 along the way. Definitely one of the cool things about the NCAA programs, and obviously this is a NCAA event, is that they take pretty good care of their websites. So we'll get to check those out, have the rosters, usually some background information on the players as well. So Arkansas State will bring in a sub for the fill ball. Might be making a change here, get to 181. So Texas Southern, the early 2-pin lead. Also a 2-pin match in Tulane versus Maryland Eastern Shore. Tulane with the 2-pin advantage, 153 to 151.
Mr. Smith, we've got a lot going on in the bowling world the next couple of weeks, and getting word today that we are 5 entries away from a sellout USBC Masters coming up February 8th to the 14th. So looking forward to that event. And of course, you hit the road on your way to the Hoosier Classic in Indianapolis. So a good mixture of coverage and bowling, both live on Bowl TV and PBA's Extra Frame, and of course daily coverage on bowl.com. Getting our warm-up here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational here at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. Definitely nice to see all these former collegiate players coming back and giving back to the sport. Coaching all these great teams. And Tulane head coach Haley Veitch, former standout, a terrific left-hander, made me very jealous on multiple occasions. When we were in Baton Rouge for the Open Championships, got to bowl some events there, and always wondering how she bowled so well and how I didn't. And
that great coaching at Weber International definitely helped. Del Warren, Randy Stoughton.
Now she's giving back here, leading to green wave. If you're following along on the live scoring link posted in the information box below your video screen, you'll see Stephen F. Austin stringing strikes down on 5 and 6, working on a 280 game.
Looks like they finished it up. Stephanie Schwartz delivering in the 10th. So they're going to continue to hold on to their overall lead here. Putting on a dominating performance in the early goings of the 2016 PVI at the ITRC.
I'd say a little extra confidence, Stephanie Schwartz. Not a bad 2016 for her so far.
I would have to agree. Stephanie kicked off 2016 in Las Vegas at the USBC Team USA trials, and first thing she did was earn a spot on Junior Team USA for the 3rd consecutive year. She wasn't done. We reintroduced the U.S. Amateur. Stephanie actually qualified as the top amateur throughout the team trials, so she got to be the top seed. She ended up winning that over Sam Houston State's Heather Panatzer. Actually 3rd place in the U.S. Amateur, Jordan Richard from Arkansas State, so an all NCAA stepladder for the U.S. Amateur. And then by winning the U.S. Amateur, Schwartz also got her spot on the adult team for Team USA. So definitely a great start to 2016 for Stephanie.
We'll get to talk more about that in match number 5 today when Stephen F. Austin comes our way. And they will take on Texas Southern on 11 and 12 to close out the day. And Aaron can tell you more about that exciting experience and the return of the U.S. Amateur Championship earlier in January. Right now, we'll turn our attention back to our featured matches now. Tulane and Maryland Eastern Shore, Arkansas State, and Texas Southern.
Nobody really running away with either match so far in the early going. 2 pins separated both matches, with Texas Southern and Tulane having the favor. See if Texas Southern can match the double from Arkansas State. Pretty good shot, runs a bit high, leaves the 4. So the Red Wolves looking to take advantage and collect their first win here at the PVI.
As these teams move across the center here to ICRC, 14 main lanes here and a few extra for research purposes. Right now, 11 teams and this 38-foot oil pattern getting a lot of traffic, and during that transition we'll see how it holds up and how the players hold up. See if the scores are reflective of all that traffic and moving across the center.
Arkansas State can max out at 212. Texas Southern can get to 198 with all 3 in the 10th. Maryland Eastern Shore already in the 10th over on 11 and 12. They can get to 199. Tulane a few frames behind. Good shot there in the 8th, but the 7 pin doesn't cooperate. They can max out at 190. Disaster strikes in the 10th for Arkansas State in the form of a 7-10. Texas Southern improves on their Game 1 performance. Finishes with 184. Arkansas State goes down a pin with 180, so still anyone's ball game after 2, 9 and 10. 367 to 361 advantage for Texas Southern.
Just about the halfway point of today's Baker action here at the ITRC. We do appreciate everybody tuning in for continued coverage of the 2016 Prairie View A&M Invitational. Matt Canizaro alongside Aaron Smith. The tech-savvy Aaron Smith keeping you updated with the scores as each game concludes here on Bowl TV. Game 3 underway, Arkansas State and Texas Southern. Tulane wrapping up Game 2 against Maryland Eastern Shore.
Tulane finishes with 169. That puts them at 322 after 2. Maryland Eastern Shore moves into the lead. They're at 340. If all is right with the world, your screen will reflect those changes right now. All right, Mr. Cannizzaro, as a past collegiate standout yourself at the University of Florida way back in the 90s and early 2000s. Looking back at that time, obviously some similarities to the sport, moving pairs, but pattern's a little tougher. What do you think these girls are seeing out here now that we're kind of getting in the middle of the transition? And just that, obviously, the later it gets in the blocks, probably going to open up a little bit more, going to get a little bit easier, but definitely seeing some lower scores here after a high-scoring second game.
Well, again, we saw a lot of traffic today. Players started out with a 12-minute practice session, and then they moved to their starting pairs, and they had 10 more minutes of practice. Then, of course, we're in match number 3, so we're going on 15 games of traffic already. And while the ice oil helps the pattern hold up a little bit longer, I've seen a lot of varying ball surfaces walking around. A lot of surface on some equipment, not so much on the others. Obviously, as the day progresses, you mentioned the pattern will open up a little bit, perhaps give the players a little more room. And that made possible with some of those low grit surface bowling balls earlier. Generally, with the women's bowling, you might see them play a little bit farther to the outside part of the lane to start, a little bit straighter. So the outside part will be where the friction is. They can move a little bit left and still have some room to the right. We do also have some varying skill levels to keep in mind too. So it's going to be interesting to say the least. And some matches, as we see right now, a grind, and some teams not struggling at all. So we'll keep an eye on the standings. I think the overall rankings for the year might give you an indication of how some of the teams will fare this week at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. For some, a great learning experience, and we've seen tremendous progress in some of these programs in the 4 or 5 years we've been covering NCAA bowling. And certainly the top talent level, as we've mentioned, so many All-Americans, Team USA, Junior Team USA. So just very interesting and exciting, and you're watching that transition unfold here live, and a little challenging for us to see from our standpoint, but we have all these great cameras and technology to help us get a good viewpoint. And it looks like players starting to migrate a little bit left, but seeing that slick oil, ball maybe not quite making the turn yet, but still a long way to go before we're done today. It'll be 25 games plus all that practice in the books by the time we're done for the day.
Matt, you mentioned just the rankings of the teams coming in, and we mentioned a few times Arkansas State ranked number 1 in the country coming into today's event. But all but one of the teams in the top 25 of the standings. So we'll get you a rundown of those. Texas Southern, the only team outside of the top 25 so far, but right now they're giving the top team in the country all they can handle. Arkansas State ranked number 1. Nebraska coming into today's action, number 2 overall. Vanderbilt number 3. Sam Houston State number 4. So we got the top 4 teams in the nation here in Arlington, Texas. Also have number 8, Stephen F. Austin. Number 10, Maryland Eastern Shore. Number 11, North Carolina A&T. Number 17, Monmouth. Number 19, Tulane. And number 21, Prairie View A&M. So definitely a good spectrum of the collegiate landscape on the NCAA side. Once again, every pin very important here. We mentioned a lot about the wins and losses for the overall year standings, and of course that's what's important when it comes selection time to make it to the NCAA Bowling Championships. Overall pins very important for the weekly to get into that top 4 when we get to the best of 7 Baker matches on Sunday.
I think as we progress through the weekend and the different formats, we will see the lanes transition differently. With the Baker games, the pace a little bit faster, each player only bowling 2 frames compared to everybody bowling a whole game tomorrow. So it'll be a learning experience the whole way, and they'll see a little bit of each on Sunday with 1 traditional game and then the Baker brackets. But they'll collect their knowledge throughout the week here. And then use all of that as they get to the best of 7 finales. I imagine strategy will be a little bit different tomorrow.
Definitely see a different strategy going into tomorrow, Matt. But obviously, everyone will have had a chance to really kind of get to make their way across the house and kind of get a feel for everything that's going on here, understand what this 38-foot pattern is showing them. And of course, if they didn't necessarily attack it in the best fashion to kick things off today, they'll know what worked or what didn't work and can make those adjustments. And of course, we mention every time we're at one of these collegiate events, always the unique ways that coaches kind of capture the event. With us live streaming here today, we've had a few coaches ask kind of what lanes we're showing. Of course, we're behind lanes 9 through 12, so maybe they don't have to wear out the batteries on the iPad just as much. They can go back and reference this great event, whether it's later today or when they're back home in their respective universities. But we see a lot of coaches implementing iPads and keeping track along the way and trying to understand what each lane in this facility offers and what they're seeing with ball surface management and just the best way to attack the lanes, even understanding what other teams are doing and why they're having success here in the early going.
And when you get a 38-foot pattern, that's kind of, middle of the way, medium length. Shorter patterns, you generally want to migrate towards the outside part of the lane, and longer patterns, you're gonna be farther in. 38 feet, we consider that medium, and the ability potentially to be attacked from both ways, certainly. And again, we'll see some varying styles here, and players utilizing surface changes to address maybe not being able to get the ball to turn the corner or a little too much skid on this ice oil.
Nice finish there from the Red Wolves, finishing with the last 6 to get to 227. So they're going to swing the momentum in their favor against Texas Southern.
The volume not super heavy at 24 and change mils.
Yeah, that 37, 38 feet always plays a little tricky because you can kind of attack it from whichever angle you feel best suits your team. And as you mentioned, teams are going to do that differently as well, making it even tougher as the day goes on, depending on your team's strengths and where you find the most success.
on 9-10 right now. Arkansas State with an advantage over Texas Southern, 588 to 536 after 3 games. Our other match getting to the final frames here. Tulane so far unable to strike here in game number 3. Only down 18 pins coming into this game. But Maryland Eastern Shore pulling ahead, can get to 203. 2 more good shots here in the 10th.
Shina Cirrus delivers the first 2 in the 10th for Maryland Eastern Shore, so good count will get him to 203, or strike will get him to 203, good count will get them into the 200s. So they're going to build a pretty sizable lead here going into game 4, already in game 4 on 9-10. Red Wolves were biding their time. All of a sudden have turned things up here in game 4.
Overall standings, Stephen F. Austin, after that big 280 game, 2688. Nebraska 2544. Vanderbilt 2477. Maryland Eastern Shore 2432. Sam Houston 2425. So pretty tight there from the 3rd spot on. But Stephen F. Austin, the early leaders here, as we approach the end of match number 3. But as you know, once we get to bracket play, anything can happen. It's just a matter of getting to one of those top 4 spots and having a shot at winning the whole thing here at the Prairie View Invitational.
It's also important to be a good sport, since you said sport there for a second, so. Not to kick a man while he's down, but. This is how we keep our sanity here, folks, on Bowl TV from time to time. Some long hours, but we wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, today we've got the fast pace of Baker play. Tomorrow, we're going to slow things down a little bit.
Well, I saw what you did there.
Traditional games. So we do appreciate everybody dropping in. Nice crowd online and in person. Even the boss man, Terry Bigham, stopped by. Check on his team here behind the cameras. Terry, the Director of Communications here at USBC.
So Maryland Eastern Shore has jumped out to nearly 100-pin lead over Tulane after some struggles from Tulane in game 3, game 4 underway. Over on 9-10, the Red Wolves making quick work of the first 5 frames. Looking to put this one away with 1 to go.
Six for 6 for the Red Wolves. Just took them a little while to get warmed up there, making some moves here. That's why they're the #1 team in the country. They continue their streak of top talents. Last year's individual leader was Sarah Loker. How about that?
How about that?
Team USA member. The MVP here at the ITRC last year.
Arkansas State comes in a little bit light in the 8th frame, leaves the 2-pin to end their string of strikes at 7, but damage already done. There's an early open from Texas Southern, just a double so far. They're going to find themselves in tough shape come game number 5.
Maryland Eastern Shore taking notes, one pair to the right. Starting with 4 consecutive strikes here.
Eight out of 9 for Arkansas State. They're going to be in great position going into game number 5 of match 3. Maryland Eastern Shore was looking in pretty good shape through 3 themselves and looking to just take care of business here. As I mentioned, trying to follow the path that Arkansas State set this game. Started with the front 5 before finding the 6-10 in the 6th.
Good question in the chat. When did the boys play? In this weekend's event, an NCAA bowling event, women only. So you get to see 11 the top women's programs in the country battle it out here at the ITRC through Sunday afternoon. But Aaron Smith will be back on Bowl TV later in February for the Hoosier Classic, where you'll see some of the top men and women's USBC collegiate teams battling at one of the most prestigious events that there is, I think, in college bowling. Very challenging lane conditions in Indianapolis. Put on by Nick Hoagland and crew. Nick, a very talented and accomplished lane man, and certainly makes you earn the title there, but we'll have all that for you on Bowl TV later in the month. You can check out bowl.com/livestream for the complete schedule. Or if you'd like, perhaps we can get Aaron Smith out on the lanes at the conclusion of competition today.
I already don't like where this is going, but go ahead.
We could put it to a vote. Maybe Aaron Smith versus Arkansas State on 9 and 10.
Do I get to bowl a whole game and they have to bowl Baker?
Yes.
That's terrifying. Wouldn't even be a contest.
Arkansas State finishes with 257. Texas Southern 155. As we get ready for game number 5 here in this third 5-game match of the day.
Arkansas State will get lane choice for this final game. It looks like they're going to just stay put on lane 10. Who can blame them after shooting 250? First strike in the 10th. Maryland Eastern Shore can get to 232. They are ahead of pace and going to keep Tulane at bay here in game number 4. Double from the Green Wave, though. I have to go back to a comment in the chat. Brad Littlejohn, who tunes in to quite a few of our live streams and a big supporter of Bowl TV, just says Shazam. And we don't need to go into what that was all about, but Neil Stremmel, the managing director of the national governing body here at USBC, was very happy to hear that that name had sticking power. So thanks for reminding us about that, Brad. So we appreciate the continued support here on Bowl TV. Matt Cannizzaro can do nothing but shrug his shoulders, and that's okay.
Well, I was thinking about all the things that we call you here as well, but none of them can be said on Bowl TV.
Like ridiculously handsome, you can say that on Bowl TV, that's fine. So 229 in game 4 will get Maryland Eastern Shore up to 772. So they're going to be plus 100 on Tulane going into the final game. They'll also get lane choice, so we'll see if they want to stay on 11 or move to 12.
What do you think, Mr. Smith? Stay on 11? I know that I can picture if we give you the option, you'd simply say that you want to stay, because moving to lane 12 would seem like a lot of work.
It would be, but and in this case, it would seem like a lot of work, especially after 229. Starting off with 5 or 6 in a row and going from there. So, but of course, you know, you're thinking about the match, and they're going to be in pretty good position to take the win, which is big, but you got to think overall as well for the week. Every pin's going to count towards that Baker bracket come Sunday.
Come Sunday, it will be all right. All right, so 211 for Tulane. Looks like they are going to switch lanes. So Maryland Eastern Shore will head to lane 12. Tulane over to 11. Our other match, final game, already halfway done. Arkansas State and Texas Southern coming up next. Match number 5. Monmouth will spend some time alone on lanes 9 and 10. That bye team was going to be Jackson State, unable to make it here this weekend. And then on 11 and 12 will be Texas Southern and tournament leading Stephen F. Austin. So looking forward to seeing the Lady Jacks come our way. Throw some strikes here on Bowl TV to end the day. That's match number 5. Match number 4, however, right around the corner. North Carolina A&T and Tulane. Vandy and tournament host Prairie View. So you got 10 more games of Baker match play coming up next. The finale of match 3 happening right now.
J.D. Scott Jones delivers 4 in a row for Arkansas State. They're going to cruise to the victory.
So you might notice women's bowling, always very loud and energetic, and one of my favorite parts is the cheers. I bring it up every time. They work very hard at coming up with those clever songs and cheers that they do, and nice to see them vary from year to year. As we work on the intensity of this event, we get down to Sunday. It's only going to get louder in here, so looking forward to that. Again, if you're in the neighborhood, come on by. We're at the ITRC, part of the International Bowling Campus here in Arlington, Texas. Stop by, get your autograph from Aaron Smith.
That's right.
I'm Matt Canizaro. I will hold things down till the line subsides.
Matt, you know, you got me thinking. They have their cheers for, you know, whatever it may be, if it's a strike or a few strikes in a row, or, you know, to bounce back from an open or making a split, you know. Should we possibly start working on those for live streaming purposes and, you know, have our own little sayings that we can do and cheer that no one on the air will understand? Or no one on the broadcast, I guess. We're on the air.
I do sometimes have one that I kind of say silently, and usually it's just expressing my thanks when things don't break. So I do cheer internally And then, of course, when things go the other way, which happens to me every once in a while, again, more things I can't say on the air. I don't know that they're cheers, but know that right now I'm cheering on the inside for our performance so far today.
Certainly been fun, and we're looking forward to bringing you the action wire to wire here at the PVI. 2 more matches today, 5 tomorrow, and the Baker bracket finale on Sunday. Mentioned earlier, we're not competing with the Super Bowl this week.
No, they're not competing with us. They decided
they couldn't handle the pressure after all these years. That's true. They had a good run, though. 50 years, that's not sure how much longer that thing is going to make it, but nice 1071 for Arkansas State, bouncing back. Very nice after games of 181 and 180, going 227, 257, and 226. They're going to take the win over Texas Southern. I know the Pro Bowl isn't one of the biggest NFL events, so even further reason for folks to tune into Bowl TV. Enjoy us here. And enjoy this great collegiate bowling action.
everybody just about done. Our final match here on 11 and 12. Good timing, good place for that. We get to watch that finish up here live on Bowl TV. Again, coming our way in match number 4, North Carolina A&T and Tulane on 9 and 10. Vanderbilt and Prairie View A&M on 11 and 12.
This is our last match going, so should be a pretty quick turnaround for match number 4. Both teams clean so far in the 5th and deciding game. Tulane needed a big effort and some help from Maryland Eastern Shore to get the win, and 5 spares are nice, but I don't think it's going to be enough for the Green Wave to unseat the 3-time NCAA champion. Maybe they're out to prove me wrong, delivering their first strike here in the finale. Great shot to kick off the 6th. Strike of the 8th will lock up the win for Maryland Eastern Shore. Get a quick rundown of standings through 4 games. Stephen F. Austin still on top with 3106. Nebraska 3003. Vanderbilt at 2880. Maryland Eastern Shore 2864. Sam Houston State 2855. Monmouth 2760. Arkansas State 2738. Tulane at 2579. North Carolina A&T 2564. Prairie View A&M at 2513. And Texas Southern 2511. Whew. Sam Houston held a slight advantage over Prairie View and A&M going into the last game. Vanderbilt had a pretty sizable lead against Monmouth. Stephen F. Austin was cruising against North Carolina A&T. Nebraska was facing off against the missing team, so they recorded the easy win. We saw Arkansas State capture the W against Texas Southern, and Maryland Eastern Shore is going to do the same against Tulane, just a matter of final score. Tulane can still get to 220 this game.
Well, it's a perfect example, Mr. Smith, as we know this match well in hand for Maryland Eastern Shore, but every pin very important as we make our way through the weekend. Total pins deciding seeding for the bracket on Sunday, so Tulane staying energized and making good shots here despite the loss. We're going to pick up some pins here. Max score 220.
Once again, that goes back to the coaching too, just the never give up attitude and realizing that in the sport of bowling, you're going to have your ups, you're going to have your downs, but got to find every positive and work off of those and continue with the process. That's always a big thing. Just continue with the process and giving it a chance and letting it work. And Tulane, a team on the rise, looking to make that leap to the next stage, and finishes up with 219 here.
All right, so teams will move on to their next pair. Again, coming up, North Carolina A&T. Tulane going to move one pair to the left to 9 and 10. Vanderbilt and Prairie View coming up on 11 and 12. And Vanderbilt keeping the world updated on Twitter. You can follow at Vandy Bowling, as well as following along with our live scoring as all these teams move throughout the ITRC. You can find that in the information box below your video screen. The Merrick scoring system allows you to track the progress of your favorite team and players. I do appreciate everybody tuning in to Bowl TV today. So, match number 4 underway momentarily. All right, match number 4 underway. North Carolina A&T, Tulane, Vanderbilt, and tournament host Prairie View A&M. Happening right now, lanes 9 through 12 here at the ITRC. We'll have updated standings for you momentarily for the overall total pins. Again, determining seeding for the bracket on Sunday. So a little bit of a slow start here on 9 and 10 for our defending USBC collegiate ITC champion, North Carolina A&T. Taking on Tulane. And host Prairie View, clean through 4 frames against Vanderbilt.
Question of the day, Matt Cannizzaro. Do you think Tulane prefers Tulane courtesy? Here all weekend, folks.
Woo.
That one was for free.
I'm speechless. That was
everything else of that quality will cost extra.
But we still have 2 matches left. How are you going to top that the rest of the day?
It's true. I peaked too soon. Much like my bowling career. All right, a recap of match 3. Sam Houston recorded a 15-pin victory over Prairie View A&M. Vanderbilt with the big win over Monmouth. Stephen F. Austin on cruise control over North Carolina A&T. Nebraska bowled the missing team. Arkansas State, big win over Texas Southern. And Maryland Eastern Shore over Tulane. We saw those final 2 here live on Bowl TV. Stephen F. Austin still leading the way on overall pins. 33-54, about 120 ahead of Nebraska, 32-36. Vanderbilt at 31-29. Sam Houston State at 30-72. Maryland Eastern Shore 30-67 rounds out the top 5. Arkansas State, Monmouth, North Carolina A&T, Tulane, and Prairie View A&M are the top 10. Texas Southern in 11th. Sam Houston State, Stephen F. Austin, and Vanderbilt all 3-0 so far. Maryland Eastern Shore at 2-1. Arkansas State 1-2. Monmouth 1-2. Nebraska at 1-1. Tulane 1-2. North Carolina A&T 0-2. Prairie View A&M 0-2, and Texas Southern 0-3. So perhaps bowling the blind team doesn't necessarily translate to a victory. Still got to earn it. We are in game 1 of match 4 out of a total of 5 here today at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Glad everyone could take some time out on their Friday afternoon to join us here on Bowl TV. Just a reminder, we'll be broadcasting this event from wire to wire. So you can visit bowl.com/livestream to get times to see what's up for the PVI this year. We'll have our 5 traditional matches starting at approximately 10:20 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, so 9:20 local time. And then on the final day of competition on Sunday, we'll actually start off with one more traditional game, so that everyone gets the opportunity to bowl each team in the field before we get into our best of 7 Baker bracket, which will help determine who wins the Prairie View Invitational here in 2016. Game number 1 in the books for North Carolina A&T. They're at 203, so they'll have the early advantage against Tulane. Prairie View A&M making quick work of this 38-foot oil pattern on lane 12. They're going to be in the 230s. Going to grab the early advantage against Vanderbilt. Fantastic performance by our host here this weekend. Starting off with 236.
That Prairie View program coming along very nicely. We've seen them progress over the years. We've covered this event here at the ITRC. We mentioned all but one team here ranked in the top 25 nationally. So it just goes to show the incredible growth of NCAA bowling overall. I know it came up in our all-staff meeting here at USBC last week that it was not that long ago that the collegiate folks were fighting to get the 40 or so teams necessary for bowling to become an NCAA sport. We've far surpassed that. Gary Brown said that for the USBC Collegiate, there's 200 teams for the first time. So youth bowling, collegiate bowling, of course the Junior Gold Championships continuing to grow to record numbers. And here at the IBC, very focused on the future of the sport. In fact, we have a hashtag, a future for the sport. And that certainly is true as things growing at the youth level. And so many opportunities for the bowlers to progress through the youth ranks onto college and then now to the PBA or PWBA professional tours. So more to strive for beyond the terrific college education, I'm sure.
Two early opens for Prairie View A&M here in game 2. Built a 55-pin lead after 1. We'll see the Vanderbilt response getting off to a strong start with a pair of marks.
So far, lane 10 continuing to yield strikes for these teams. North Carolina A&T now with a double to start here. I had a lucky day on that pair once too, Mr. Smith.
On lanes 9 and 10?
It's a fact.
The same lane Jim Knobla won the 2014 Super Senior Classic on?
It's a fact. My success did not happen live on Bowl TV, however, but it was still cool and fun nonetheless. Back in my bowling days, many, many years ago. true. There was a time, a day, one game.
The anticipation is killing me, by the way.
Oh. Well, I bowled all strikes in one game. On that
There
pair
you
of
go.
lanes. Yeah. It was a good time.
Is that the first time you bowled 300 here?
That was the second time I bowled a perfect game at the ITRC. So
Look at this guy showing
very cool.
off over
I know,
here.
for real. No, very, very proud of both of those. Got to be the first left-hander to do it here and the first person to do it twice. And that's why I'm now retired, because after the one at the National Bowling Stadium, I've done it all. So I'm ready to sit back and watch these top talents do their thing, and I'll just tell the world about it.
Right now, Prairie View finding some struggles after a big opening game. 3 out of 4 opens to start. Vanderbilt not only clean so far, but working on 3 in a row. Left-hander Amanda Fry looking to make it 4 up on lane 12. She delivers. Moving along in game number 2, Vanderbilt. Already up in the 10th frame, leaves it a 10 pin to kick things off. They can max out at 216. Prairie View recorded their second strike of the game in the 7th frame, trying to rebound from a few early opens. Held a 50-plus pin lead after one. Finding some struggles here on lane 11 and unable to get the 4-pin to trip out for the double. North Carolina A&T held an early lead after one against Tulane. Put together a pretty strong performance here so far in game 2. Looking to make it 3 in a row for the 8th. Aggies deliver. And Matt, we just saw one of the top coaches in NCAA history walk by over to the practice pair to work with one of his players, and it's always good to see Bill Straub back after some health issues a few years ago. Left the teams in the capable hands of assistant Paul Klempa, but he's back, fresh off a national title. He just knows how to win. It's good to see Coach Straub back here at the Prairie View to see if the Huskers can make it 4 in a row at this event.
Well, sir, at a number of these NCAA bowling programs, especially, not so much at Nebraska, which already was a pretty significant powerhouse in the sport, but some of these other coaches have had the chance to build these programs from the beginning and come in and, kind of do things their way, and have enjoyed some quick success, continued success even. Sam Houston State's Brad Hagan taking home a national title. You mentioned Mr. Kostick from Arkansas State. Bowled collegiately and then went on to build up that Arkansas State program. Pretty nice to see the longevity. Of course, two of our pals, Shannon and Brian O'Keefe, have moved on to do the same at McKendree and really transition that program. Maybe not from the ground up, but certainly take it to the next level as well.
McKendree was victorious at the Kutztown Invitational last week. I know they had some issues with the weather, so didn't get quite the full event in, but still finished off the week with a 400-pin victory over the field. Tulane can still get to 188 this game. North Carolina A&T, a stubborn 8-pin away from 212. We'll have to live with 211 for this game. North Carolina A&T at 414, so they're going to be in pretty good shape here. Tough 162 for Prairie View. Essentially all knotted up in that match. Prairie View with a 1-pin lead, 398 to 397 over Vanderbilt heading into game 3.
Aaron, you can tell a little bit that it's the end of the workday somewhere on the East Coast. 5 o'clock comes and a few people checking out of the live stream, and we appreciate all of those tuning in today, sticking with us, and perhaps spending the weekend with us here on Bowl TV. If you missed any of today's broadcasts, of course, you can go back anytime and watch in the archives, youtube.com/BowlTV. Remember to subscribe, and you'll get all the updates and details of when things are going live and what's coming up.
Carolina A&T holds a 414 to 357 advantage on Tulane after 2 games. Once again, a toss-up through 2 on 11 and 12. Prairie View with a 1-pin advantage over Vanderbilt through 2 here at the 2016 PVI at the ITRC. Also known as the Prairie View Invitational at the International Training and Research Center. But PVI at the ITRC just rolls off the tongue so much better.
We will have an update of today's scores and excitement for you on Bowl.com later tonight. Still got one more match to go after this one. Overall, Stephen F. Austin faring very well, leading Nebraska by more than 100. Vanderbilt is third, another 100 back. Sam Houston State fourth, Maryland Eastern Shore fifth, Arkansas State sixth. Game number 3, getting ready to conclude here on 11 and 12. Prairie View is going to finish first.
They're liking lane 12 so far. Shot 236 in the opener and can get into the 220s here. So with that match essentially knotted up after 2, they're going to take the advantage. Vanderbilt looking at disaster with the 4-6-7 standing up in the 9th frame.
Things have gotten quiet in the chat as well. End of the day, energy level coming down a little bit. It feels like inside the ITRC and inside the chat room.
It is Friday, Matt. People ready to relax a little bit, get ready for the weekend, but we'll be working for the weekend here on Bowl TV, and we hope you join us for wire-to-wire coverage here at the Prairie View Invitational. So these cameras will be working overtime, bringing you this great collegiate bowling action. Prairie View A&M finishes with 221. That'll put them at 619 overall. Vandy can get to 200 on the nose, so Prairie View is going to extend their lead heading into Game 4.
All right, Game 4 underway. Prairie View and Vanderbilt. Their scores visible above their names on your video screen. So you can follow along, do the math at home. Each one of these matches good for a mark in the win or loss column for the overall season record. Total pins for today and tomorrow will help determine the seeding for the final bracket Sunday afternoon. Right now, Stephen F. Austin, the team to beat, leading Nebraska by more than 100. Here, partway through match 4 of 5. Coming up next, the finale. We'll see Monmouth on lanes 9 and 10, and then Texas Southern versus leading Stephen F. Austin on 11 and 12. Final shot coming up here for Tulane on lane number 10. A clean 196. Not a bad effort at all. Coming into game 4 here, Vanderbilt down 23.
We saw lane 11 give Prairie View some issues in game 2 of this match. Had an early open and have thrown a few strikes up there, but no doubles yet. Vanderbilt jumped back into the match on lane 12, but have an open here in frame number 4, so they're actually going to be a little bit down in the match itself. It looks like we'll have scores through 3 games for everybody here in match 4 in just a second as well. We'll read those off to you. Maryland Eastern Shore is bowling the blind team, so they're just bowling for their overall totals. Arkansas State with the advantage over Nebraska, 633 to 598. Sam Houston taking care of Texas Southern early on. Close matchup between Stephen F. Austin and Monmouth. Stephen F. Austin up by 9 right now. Of course, our matches on our feature pairs: North Carolina A&T 619 to 553 over Tulane, and Prairie View 619 over Vanderbilt to 596. Stephen F. Austin still leading the way with overall pins, 39-32. Nebraska in second, 38-34. Vanderbilt sits in third, 37-25. Maryland Eastern Shore, 37-19, and Sam Houston State, 37-05 rounds out your top 5. Arkansas State in sixth at 35-97.
And Micro Machines
And Micro Machines
are not the real thing, however that goes. That's way before your time. You're still young. It's crazy.
That's true. I had no idea what you just said, but that's okay. That's how most of our conversations go, so.
Back in the old days, Micro Machines as a toy, miniature vehicles, and the man on the commercial spoke so fast, just like you just did.
Oh, I see. It's not only informational about bowling, but about life as well. So, thanks, Matt Canizaro. Learned something new today. We'll learn the resilience of Prairie View A&M in this match here. Gonna have a good finish here between them and Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt looking at a split in the 8th frame and an open. Lane choice, of course, very important here. The team with the higher total through 4 gets lane choice. Would certainly guess that Prairie View A&M would want to go back to 12. After a rough 162 on lane 11 in game 2. Had not put up a double on 11 this game. Looks like we're trying to get a correction here. The man with the plan, Nick Bohannon, is going to take care of business, get us all squared away here. Big thanks to Nick Bohannon, Rod Ross, and Tim Terrell Kearney for helping us out this week and making sure everything at the ITRC runs smoothly here for the Prairie View Invitational. Of course, Nick behind the scenes, the head mechanic. Also working hard, making sure everything's working all right. Vanderbilt can get to 199 with the conversion. Prairie View A&M on a 175 pace. Should put them very close to the overall totals, but able to convert the spare. Prairie View's going to need to find a double on this lane that's giving them fits so far. So Vanderbilt now sits at 795. So that's going to give them the advantage going into the final game. They'll actually get lane choice. Prairie View would have needed 177 this game to put them ahead. Can only max out at 162 now. So I'm going to guess Vanderbilt, assessing what they've seen so far, is going to stay on 12. They've seen Prairie View struggle on 11 and essentially been lights out on 12, so having some technical difficulties on 9 and 10. Staff here at the ITRC working diligently to get everything up and at them.
Mr. Smith, always nice to see these teams take advantage of being here at the ITRC. Somewhere outside yesterday, taking some photos of the International Bowling Campus. The Vanderbilt folks taking some pictures out by the giant bowling pin, part of the IBC landscape. And tomorrow night after dinner will be an opportunity to see the International Bowling Museum and Hall of Fame. So two very cool things here, along with the ITRC itself. So if you're a bowling fan and passionate about the history of the game, or perhaps getting better at it, the IBC is definitely a place you should put on your schedule. Arlington, Texas, a great vacation destination with so much to do nearby.
We'll wait and see to put up the scores after Game 4 over on 11-12. Looks like Prairie View is going to stay on 11. Vanderbilt will stay on 12. They have choice. 795 to 771, the advantage for the Commodores. Up by 24 heading into this final game. Prairie View will kick things off here in the final game of match 4, I should say. That breakdown on 9 and 10, so a little bit further behind. And we have pins. All right, back in business on 9 and 10. Mackenzie Robinson of North Carolina A&T unfazed by the weight. Makes it 3 in a row for the Aggies.
All right, string continues for the Aggies. 4 in a row and 5 out of 6 here. Maintaining that lead over Tulane here in match number 4. Run comes to an end with a 10-pin on lane 10. A 34-pin advantage here in this game alone. Like a string of strikes. Down on 3 and 4. Arkansas State with the front 7.
Sounded just like 8.
That's Arkansas State and Nebraska. Nebraska striking as well. Started with their front 5, followed by a couple of spares, so those two teams pushing each other. Both of them trying to catch Stephen F. Austin. Lady Jacks leading overall. We'll see them in match number 5. We'll also keep you updated on how things are unfolding for Arkansas State. Working on the front 8. If you want to follow along on the live score, you can do so. You'll find that link underneath your video window in the details below. Looks like that run came to an end with a 7 count for the Red Wolves.
North Carolina A&T rolling over Tulane right now. Can still get to 247 this game. Prairie View A&M with the spare has made up the ground on Vanderbilt after 3 strikes to start, but they're still going to have to make up another 20 or so pins to take the overall point. Vanderbilt delivered a strike in the 6th, looking to make it a double in the 7th. And goodness gracious, the Greek Church in the 7th for Vanderbilt. Let's see if Prairie View A&M can put a little more pressure on the Commodores. Come back with a split of their own, so unable to take advantage.
.235 for North Carolina A&T here on lane 10. It's a good count. Tulane will be in the 180s, so the Aggies adding to their lead. Final game of that match coming up momentarily. Vanderbilt coming into this game leading Prairie View by just 24. So far, that looks like enough. Still the 9th and 10th frames coming up. Prairie View not going away, but can't get the 7-pin to cooperate. So with a spare here. Overall lead, 25 pins going into the final couple frames.
conversion of the bucket by Vanderbilt in the 9th frame will put their max score at 192. Prairie View can only get to 211 if they throw the last 5. So they're going to need a little bit of help. And a few strikes to put some pressure. There's one. Great shot in the 8th. One more strike here. And good count, Vanderbilt can shut out Prairie View for the win. Or it's all said and done if Prairie View is unable to strike in the 9th. So the baby split in the 9th frame. From the Panthers will end this one with a victory for the Commodores. As Renslow delivers a double in the 10th. Prairie View just unable to figure out lane 11 in this match. Vanderbilt will finish with 986 overall for the 5 games, so just a hair under a 200 average for those 5 games.
How's the baby doing? Oh, good. Okay.
North Carolina State, or North Carolina A&T State, up 120 coming into this match, so they're looking good to claim another win. Prairie View A&M finishes up with 940 in the loss.
All right, so once again, our final match in the building happening on our featured pair here on 9 and 10. We did have a slight breakdown on lane 10. Everything got fixed quickly. So just a half a game to go here in match number 4. North Carolina A&T. A sizable lead over Tulane. 122 pins. And then we'll have our final match coming up in just a few minutes. Lanes 9 and 10 will feature Monmouth. And only one team on that pair, as we've got an odd number of teams this weekend with 11. And our other match will be tournament leading Stephen F. Austin taking on Texas Southern. So looking forward to an exciting finale. Tell all your friends. As people are getting home, getting done with work, tune into Bowl TV. We'll be back on the air tomorrow, 10:25 a.m. Eastern, with 5 traditional games, and then back at it Sunday morning with one more game, followed by the exciting bracket conclusion. Best of 7 Baker matches to determine our champion here at the 2016 Prairie View A&M Invitational. This is Matt Canizaro alongside Aaron Smith. Wire-to-wire coverage in our match here. North Carolina A&T going to most likely defeat Tulane. So enjoy the end of match number 4. Match 5 coming up just a few minutes.
Foundation frame underway here in the final game of match number 4, Tulane and North Carolina A&T State. North Carolina is going to record the win, putting on an impressive performance here. Though a 9-pin in the 10th frame, never a fun way to kick things off. North Carolina A&T can still get to 190. That will put them at 1044 for the match. So nearly a 210 average if they're able to clean up the spare. No problem on that. Some impressive performance by the Aggies here. With one match left to go here on Bowl TV today for the 2016 Prairie View Invitational at the International Training and Research Center. Game 5 will be underway pretty quickly here. This is the last pair going. Match 5 will feature Monmouth taking on the blind team. We only have 11 here this week, so when we have an odd amount of teams, those things happen. So Monmouth will be on 9 and 10. Over on 11 and 12 will be Texas Southern and Stephen F. Austin. Stephen F. Austin has been putting on an impressive performance so far, leading the way in the overall standings, and it was a perfect 3-0 coming into match number 4. We'll get you a recap of everything after match number 4 is all squared away. .943 in the books for North Carolina A&T. We'll have one more shot from the green wave. Looking to get to 170 to finish things up. North Carolina A&T will take the victory, 1043 to 899 over Tulane. On our other match, we saw Vanderbilt come back the final 2 games to get the win at 986 to 940 over Prairie View A&M. So it should be a pretty quick turnaround. Most of our teams already in place for the final game, so hang tight. Match number 5 coming up next here on Bowl TV. Thanks again for joining us here. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Matt Cannizzaro. We'll be providing wire-to-wire coverage of the 2016 Prairie View Invitational. We'll be back Saturday for 5 traditional games. We'll kick off Sunday with one more traditional game before we get to the Baker Bracket Final. We'll see all 11 teams competing in that. And when it's all said and done, we'll have our championship match right here on Bowl TV. So be sure to take some time out of your weekend. It's okay to put your chores off for that next weekend when the Super Bowl thing is going on. It's not even that big, so you don't have to worry about that. So be sure to tune into Bowl TV and see which NCAA program takes home the win here at the 2016 event. Thanks again for tuning in. One more to go in just a moment.
All right, here we are, folks. The exciting conclusion of today's 5 Baker matches now underway. First ones to get going, Stephen F. Austin and Texas Southern. Stephen F. Austin leading the way here in the overall standings. We'll have that update for you momentarily. So Stephen F. Austin and Texas Southern. Our other match, Monmouth bowling against the bye. We had a late dropout. Jackson State couldn't make it. So we have an odd number of teams. Do appreciate everybody stopping by on Bowl TV today to watch some coverage from this Prairie View A&M Invitational. This is Matt Canizaro and Aaron Smith cruising into the finish line for today's matches. We'll be back on the air again tomorrow at 10:25 Eastern, 9:25 local time. If you're in the neighborhood, come by, watch in person. Otherwise, we'll be here all day with 5 traditional games.
Stephen F. Austin leading in overall pins, 43-24. Nebraska gained some ground, 43-07. Sitting in second, Vanderbilt, 41-15. Maryland Eastern Shore in fourth, 40-90. Arkansas State, 40-55. Sam Houston State, 40-48. Then a drop off, Monmouth in seventh at 38-87. Sam Houston State and Stephen F. Austin, along with Vanderbilt, all 4-0 so far in their matches. Arkansas State now at 2-2. Maryland Eastern Shore at 2-1. Monmouth 1-3. Nebraska 1-2. North Carolina A&T 1-2. Tulane 1-3. Prairie View A&M and Texas Southern still looking for their first wins. Maryland Eastern Shore bowled the blind team in match 4. Arkansas State held off Nebraska by 20 pins to record the win. Sam Houston, as we mentioned, undefeated, took care of Texas Southern. Stephen F. Austin maintained their perfect streak, beating Monmouth. And we saw North Carolina A&T record the win over Tulane. And Vanderbilt come back the last 2 games to get the W against Prairie View A&M. This Stephen F. Austin team made a run at the NCAA Bowling Championships in 2015, made it to the finals, put up a fight against Nebraska. They were unable to knock off the Huskers at the end of the day, but definitely a great building block for a young program, coached by Amber and Steve Lemke. Definitely a big addition last year as well. The now 3-time Junior Team USA member, Stephanie Schwartz, joining the Lady Jacks last year, was the Rookie of the Year for Division I, as voted by the National 10-Pin Coaches Association. On her way to a first-team All-American bid. Lady Jacks also had Paige Krauser earn a spot on the honorable mention All-American team. So looking to find that success once again, and they've been the team to beat from early on here at the 2016 Prairie View Invitational.
Mr. Smith, certainly a lot of local talent in the DFW area. We talked earlier about our friend Anthony Simonson and Melanie Crawford from Plano, bowling for Nebraska. Spent some time at Stephen F. Austin, I believe, and a lot of Texas players on these rosters. Of course, doesn't hurt that we're in Texas and they're relatively close for some of them. But nice to see the junior programs in the DFW area turning out some pretty terrific players and attracting some pretty great bowlers as well, of course. Stephanie Schwartz, not from Texas, but finding her way there. So it's pretty neat to see how all these programs continue to grow and thrive, and how these ladies now have something to look forward to. Great education, NCAA bowling, and now the PWBA tour. So the proper stepping stones back in place, and we're seeing all of that unfold. Sam Houston State, Stephen F. Austin, and Vanderbilt all 4 in a row, 4-0 on the day. Again, each match counting towards the season's overall win-loss record. Total pins determining who makes the bracket on Sunday afternoon. So a lot happening all at once. Players are taking advantage of being here for the weekend and utilizing this format for multiple things. Two big storylines for the weekend. Can Nebraska make it 4 in a row here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational? Or can somebody take down the Huskers?
Stephen F. Austin finishes up game 1 with a 197, so they're going to have the early advantage against Texas Southern. Monmouth bowling the blind team, so they're essentially just bowling for their overall score this game. It's actually not a win-loss. We were mistaken a little bit earlier, so. Once again, it's a final opportunity to see this 38-foot pattern and kind of understand what it's going to look like at the end of the day and apply that knowledge tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. All right, 172 for Monmouth in game number 1.
Smith hard at work updating the scores through one game. We'll have those up on your screen here momentarily. Low scoring match on 11 and 12. It's been a long day. Going on 25 Baker games. A lot of traffic on this 38-foot lane condition.
Stephanie Schwartz delivers the double for Stephen F. Austin here in Game 2 of Match 5 at the 2016 Prairie View Invitational. So we talked about Schwartz a little bit earlier in the day. She's had a pretty good 2016 up to this point. Competing in Las Vegas at the 2016 USBC Team USA Trials. She not only earned a spot on Junior Team USA for the third consecutive year, but also ended up winning the U.S. Amateur, which returned for the first time in nearly a decade. She defeated fellow NCAA collegiate athlete Heather Panetzer from Sam Houston State in the championship match to also earn a spot on Team USA for 2016. Would not be surprised to see the Junior Team USA coaches select Stephanie to be a part of the World Bowling Youth Championships taking place later this year in Nebraska. The top youth competitors from around the country will be making their way to Sun Valley Lanes. Leave at the end of July and into August of this year. So he'll take home the coveted titles in singles, doubles, trios, team, all events, and masters competition. The Lady Jacks of Stephen F. Austin rolling early on here in match number 5. Thrown 4 consecutive strikes to help kick off the 10th frame. And get to 2:37. That's all said and done with two more strikes in the book. Texas Southern looks like they're going to have their work cut out for them. If they want to make a run here, capture their first win of the day. Very nice. 237 puts Stephen F. Austin at 434 for their 2-game total, so averaging more than 215 here in the early goings of match 5. Texas Southern can still get to 202 this game after a rough 140 to kick things off. Would still be down nearly 100 pins. Texas Southern will finish up at 191, putting them at 331, so down 103 after 2 games. And wasting little time to get into game 3. Moving over to lane 11. Texas Southern's going to kick things off. With a strike, mixes them up. Monmouth bowling the blind team here. We only have 11 teams in the field, so got a late cancellation. The Hawks can get to 182 with 3 strikes in the 10th. Once again, working towards their overall pin total for the week, which determines the seeding for the bracket finals, which will be coming on Sunday. Once again, a unique setup here in NCAA competition, since the win-loss factor is a very important part of the NCAA season and ultimately determines who advances to the NCAA bowling championships. Each team will compete in the bracket, so if you lose, you're not necessarily eliminated, but you can only move up so many spots in the standings. So with 12 teams in the field, there will actually be 3 subgroups of 4, if you will, in the bracket. So only the top 4 teams can actually advance to grab the win here at the 2016 Prairie View Invitational. So a team, or I guess we'll describe the other sub-brackets, would be the 5th through 8th seeds and the 9th through 12th seeds. So teams can only move up as high as they can in their particular bracket. So for instance, the team that is seeded 7th at the end of the week can move all the way up into 5th, but they could do no better than that. However, the team in 5th, if they had a rough bracket match play session, could drop all the way to 8th, but they wouldn't drop necessarily any lower than that. double for Texas Southern in the 7th and 8th frame, trying to get back into the match. Stephen F. Austin has given them an open back, but responding with a double of their own in the 6th and 7th frames. Looking ahead to tomorrow's traditional 5 games here on Bowl TV. We're going to kick things off with some pretty solid matches. We'll have Maryland Eastern Shore taking on Stephen F. Austin, and Sam Houston State taking on Nebraska to kick things off. So should be an exciting start to tomorrow's competition. The next match will feature Tulane taking on Arkansas State, with Prairie View taking on North Carolina A&T. Match 3 will feature Texas Southern versus Prairie View A&M, and Arkansas State taking on Vanderbilt. Match 4 will have Stephen F. Austin and Sam Houston State facing off on one pair, while Maryland Eastern Shore takes on Monmouth. To wrap things up, Nebraska will take on North Carolina A&T. So matchup of the 2015 NCAA and ITC champions. With Tulane also on the feature pair, they will be bowling the blind team. Tomorrow will feature the same 38-foot oil pattern featured here today. Nearly 25 mils for the volume. We're also using Kegel ice oil throughout the competition, so teams will have gotten a look at the pattern, how it transitions throughout the course of a 5-game block. Be a similar amount of traffic on the lanes, just teams will have the ability to stay on the lanes a little bit longer. Texas Southern finishes up with 2:04, Stephen F. Austin at 2:14, so they're going to extend their lead heading into game 4.
We are cruising along here, Mr. Smith, in the finale. When it's all done, 25 Baker games. Today, a test of communication and teamwork. Seeing who can adjust the fastest, as you only get 2 shots on each lane before it's time to switch lanes. Tomorrow, 5 traditional games. Test of endurance. And we'll see some of the top players certainly rise and help lead their teams.
Give you an update of the standings in just a moment here. After game 2 of match 5, Stephen F. Austin still on top of the standings. An overall pinfall total of 47-58. 31 pins behind Nebraska, 47-27. Vanderbilt, 45-53 in third. Arkansas State moves into fourth at 44-83. Maryland Eastern Shore, 44-69. Sam Houston State, 44-46. And then there's about a 200 pin drop off. North Carolina A&T in seventh.
So when I stepped out earlier, I asked Nick to speed that up a little bit so that we could really test your skills there, and he passed.
I appreciate the challenge here. So I'm sure the players appreciate the challenge of this tough 38-foot pattern. I think I'd rather attempt to talk fast, though, than attempt to put up the scores some of these teams are putting up today. So I know I wouldn't be keeping up. Arkansas State with the early advantage over North Carolina A&T through 2. Pretty close match between Sam Houston State and Maryland Eastern Shore. Sam Houston with the early advantage. Vanderbilt, Nebraska, a good one, 438 to 420. Vandy with the advantage. Prairie View A&M cruising over Tulane early, and then we have our feature matches right here. Monmouth and Stephen F. Austin and Texas Southern. Nice cover of the washout in the 9th frame for Monmouth. They can get to 191 this game. Once again, just working on their overall pinfall total here.
We will have a quick recap for you later tonight on bowl.com in case you missed any of the action today. Give you tomorrow's schedule and some standings after day 1 here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. And if you missed any of today's broadcast, want to go back and check it out, it will be in the archives shortly after we're done here. So you can get all caught up before spending part of your weekend with us here on Bowl TV. Nebraska has closed the gap with Stephen F. Austin. Vanderbilt still third, Arkansas fourth, Maryland Eastern Shore fifth, Sam Houston sixth, and then a pretty significant drop-off between sixth and seventh.
Texas Southern's going to have the opportunity to gain a few pins on Stephen F. Austin here heading into the fifth and final game over on 11 and 12. Might be too steep of a hill to climb though. Texas Southern can cover up the spare and get to 202. Stephen F. Austin finishes with 161, so that could be 40 pins or so. That would knock the deficit down to about 70 pins. So Stephen F. Austin will have lane choice for the fifth and final game. Well, Matt Canizaro, someone woke up the Hawks. Up to 6 consecutive strikes to start game number 4.
I think we're not supposed to point that out anymore. And let nature take its course as it does with a Brooklyn strike there on number 7. No style points here, even in NCAA competition. Just knock them down.
It'd be so much better off if there were style points in bowling.
So you'd be a 3 or 4 time Eagle winner for sure.
Styling and profiling. Just like Ric Flair. Nice finish by Texas Southern. They're going to gain some ground here on Stephen F. Austin. Finish with 200 on the nose. That'll give them to 735. They're still going to have a 74 pin deficit. So Stephen F. Austin gets lane choice. I would imagine they probably want to get away from
the run comes to an end for Monmouth at 7 in a row. 6-10 standing on lane 10.
Stephen F. Austin, despite my better judgment, stays on the same lane. They're going to prove me wrong here.
That's actually part of the reason I wake up and come to work. For the rare opportunity to prove you wrong at something. Especially after this week, I actually had to apologize to Mr. Bigham for being wrong on something.
Even happens to the superstars, Matt.
Things aren't as crisp as they used to be now that I'm an old man.
The important thing is we're going to wrap up this weekend in style here on Bowl TV and bring you a great broadcast, and going to crown a champion here at the end of the week at the 2016 Prairie View Invitational at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. Once again, a big shout out to everyone joining us today. Even if you were only able to stick by for a few frames or you're watching this later on the archive, we certainly do appreciate the continued support here of this live stream coverage on Bowl TV. Please be sure to tell your friends to check this out when you get the opportunity. Share it on Facebook, Twitter, all of the other social medias we may be unaware of. Is MySpace still a thing? You can share it on there. If it's still a thing, I'm not sure. It was a long time ago.
If only there was a way to find out. Big game here for Monmouth. Make up a little bit of ground here. Eighth coming in, trying to climb up into the top 4. That's the goal. Have a chance at winning the title here at the Prairie View A&M Invitational.
Well, a few more 250s will certainly help their case. Which will get them into the 760s. Stephen F. Austin looks like they're going to finish the day with a perfect 5-0 record. In good position to take the win against Texas Southern. Nice 256 for the Hawks. Monmouth chooses to stay on lane 10, so definitely don't blame them for that. Big finish, 256 last game to get to 765 for their 4 games. Texas Southern looking to finish strong against Stephen F. Austin. Just delivered a 3-bagger. The 6th, 7th, and 8th.
A great shot there by Texas Southern for the 5-bagger. Terrific shot.
Showing some resilience here at the end of the day. Definitely been a long day so far and a lot of games, and they found themselves down by more than 100 after 3, and they're going to battle back and actually gain quite a bit of ground on Stephen F. Austin. Won't be enough for a win, but definitely a nice little moral victory at the end of the day to set yourself up for tomorrow. Able to kick the 7, though. They're going to be in the 230s. Stephen F. Austin staring down a big 4 in the 9th frame. They were only 29 pins ahead of Nebraska after game 3. We're still waiting for standings after 4. Not sure if everyone was done for 4 yet, so that's probably why. So depending on how Nebraska was performing in match number 5, we'll see who has the overall lead. Be sure to check out bowl.com for that information a little bit later after we finish everything up here today. So one more shot from Stephen F. Austin to conclude their day and get to 192. Stephen F. Austin records the victory over Texas Southern, 1001 to 967. We still have a few more shots here from Monmouth to wrap things up. It's actually the first pair done. So we will, looks like we'll be finishing up a little bit sooner than everyone else is finishing up, Mr. Canizaro.
That's all right. We'll start getting situated for tomorrow and start working on that recap for bowl.com. For those of you who missed any of today's action or want to check out the scores, I'll have it all there for you. Looking forward to some traditional team games tomorrow as we enjoy the trio of NCAA formats, a little bit of everything and the chance to face everybody. And of course, the exciting bracket conclusion of this year's event on Sunday afternoon. All right, 3 frames to go, and then we'll call it a day here from the ITRC.
Tides have turned on lane 10 for the Monmouth Hawks after starting with 7 consecutive strikes in game 4. Elected to stay on lane 10. Just 1 strike through 8 frames so far. We're going to get a standings recap after 4 games here as well in just a moment. You see the screens loading up here on site at the ITRC. I'll read those off to you real quick. All right, in the matches in this round, Arkansas State with the advantage over North Carolina A&T. Sam Houston State with about an 80-pin advantage over Maryland Eastern Shore. Close match between Vanderbilt and Nebraska. Vandy up 854 to 839. Prairie View A&M cruising 845 to 741 over Tulane. We had our feature matches here. Monmouth finishing up against the blind team, and Stephen F. Austin has already recorded the win 1001 to 967 over Texas Southern. Heading into the final game, less than 20 pins separate Stephen F. Austin and Nebraska from the top spot, 51-64 and 51-46. A little bit of a drop off. Vanderbilt 49-69, Arkansas State 4900, Sam Houston 48-42, Maryland Eastern Shore 48-06, and then Monmouth about 150 to 200 pins behind the rest of the field, and gonna have their work cut out for them tomorrow. Monmouth looking to finish things up here in the 10th frame, can get to 170 with all 3 in the 10th. All right, one more shot to go here from the ITRC for Friday's action. The Monmouth Hawks will finish up with 157, putting their 5-game Baker total here in match number 5 to 922. So that's going to do it for Friday's action. Matt Cannizzaro, take it away.
We certainly had a good time here, bringing the 5 Baker matches to you live from the ITRC here at the 2016 Prairie View A&M Invitational. Back at it tomorrow at 10:25 a.m. Eastern with 5 traditional team games and 10 of the top 25 teams in the nation battling here for this year's crown. Nebraska, 3-time defending champion here at the event. Looking forward to seeing what happens on Sunday in the finals. We appreciate everybody tuning in today to to Bowl TV. For Aaron Smith, this is Matt Canizaro. That is the news for now, and we'll see you on the lanes.